Greetings, tankers. I'm your instructor, and this is Season 2 of Tank Coach. Here, you will learn all about vehicle types and their roles. Today, we'll talk about the most versatile warriors in the game. This episode is about medium tanks. They are typically vehicles with a reasonable balance of maneuverability, firepower, and protection. They're a good choice for a player who has already learned the heavy tank gameplay and now wants something more dynamic. All tanks are different, and all of them starting from Tier 6 have roles. Medium tanks are no exception. The versatile medium tank is the most common role. These can do a bit of everything, but it doesn't mean they're mediocre. They can snipe and go on assault when required, so they act according to the situation. Assault medium tanks share some traits with heavy tanks. They excel at close range, while their armor gives some room for error and allows for more aggressive play. This is the best choice for new players and fans of using armor at the front line. Sniper medium tanks have higher firepower and often good maneuverability, but they pay for it with lower survivability. They're usually played at mid and long range. In the hands of a skilled player, they can be successful at close range. Support medium tanks are often equipped with an auto-loader or auto-reloader. This kind of vehicle dishes out a lot of damage in a short time. At the start of battle, a support tank is best to stay behind sturdier allies and then look for opportunities to strike when there is more space to maneuver on the map. Let's say you've chosen the vehicle role. It's time to equip your tank for battle. Besides the classic Brothers in Arms and repair perks, take a look at Smooth Ride and Snapshot for more accurate fire. Concealment and Firefighting for increased survivability. Recon and Situational Awareness for better view range. There are many other useful perks that will help you become more effective. Train them and experiment. A turbocharger will make you faster. Put it into a special mobility slot. If you can use a gun rammer, just do it. A vertical stabilizer is desirable for most medium tanks. It's not fitted for low-tier machines, but the following two pieces of equipment can be used. Coated optics will boost your view range. They're useful to have in the second set of equipment that you can unlock with field modification. Improved ventilation is a timeless classic. It improves a bit of everything. It's preferable to use its bounty or improved version. Improved hardening will suit many assault medium tanks. So, you've equipped your tank and entered a battle. In a sniper medium tank, look for a position with bushes and lines of fire to the enemy. In a versatile medium, find suitable terrain for a hull-down position. In an assault medium tank, use a position for damage blocking on the front line. In a support medium, keep behind your allies and act according to the situation. But this applies to any role. If your team is left without light tanks, a medium tank can sometimes also play the role of a scout. But be careful. Tank safe positions, although not far from the front line. Use bushes, fell trees, and hide your hull using terrain and cover. Survive at the start of the battle to have space for maneuver close to the end. Try to attack reloading enemies and break their tracks by shooting their wheels. Remember that medium tanks often have a better rate of fire than heavy tanks and tank destroyers, so you can trade one enemy shot for two of your own. Be nimble and flexible. Be aware of your surroundings and the mini-map to keep control of the situation. Keep close to your allies and see you on the battlefield.
victory. We're gonna rise up. We're gonna take it all. We're gonna rise up. They try to stop us. They wanna pull us down. We know the secret. We won't be falling down. We're gonna rise up. We're gonna get real loud. We're gonna get real loud. So are you coming with us?
The final Onslaught season and the annual cycle will launch with some exciting new features. Now, during the countdown, each team can vote to ban one vehicle, which will become unavailable for all players on both teams. This gives you a chance to exclude the most dangerous enemy vehicle for you and its copies, or propose to ban the least useful vehicle from your own team. If your vehicle ends up banned, you'll have enough time to choose another one. You can learn all the details about this feature in the portal article. The airfield map has been fine-tuned to better suit the 7v7 format. Erlenberg and Safe Haven have also been adjusted a little. The Dravettes, Caro 45T, and Ares 90 have joined the list of vehicles available in Onslaught. The roll skill of the latter has been modified to support its unique firing mechanic. Available for free rental this season are the Object 140, Foch B, and T57 Heavy. The now rentable vehicles come with consumables, equipment, shells, and 4 perk crews. Only the shells and consumables can be changed. In addition, the 114 SP2 is now available for purchase starting from the Silver League, not the Gold. Remember that this launch concludes the Year of the Dragon. This is your chance to get the super rare Ashbringer.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the AMD Onslaught Legends Series Season 6. Banter, today an important day for many teams.
Yeah, that team right there, Cashback, a very important one. It's been a bit of an inconsistent season for a lot of these top teams. Hit and Run, Mafia, and Cashback all struggling in the recent days, but them playing each other today, these points are very valuable.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are going to happen today, which we'll get into more soon. This is the schedule, guys. We are getting towards the end of Season 6. We have today left, and then Tuesday and Thursday, but then Saturday and Sunday are the playoffs, which are going to decide a lot of things, right? OLF finals, OLS grand finals as well. So we'll have to see who gets out ahead on that one. Prize pool just shy of 50k. If you want to predict a team, your time is starting to run out. You still have time nonetheless, but starting to get a little bit closer nonetheless. And yeah, taking that into consideration, these bundles will be 100% supporting the prize pool, with the Oracle bundle, of course, still available. I know it's getting harder to predict who's actually going to win the season because they're all starting to fail a little bit, and W usually doesn't do that well if they do well in the regular season. But you know, if you do end up getting the correct team, you will get the upgraded style and badge, which looks pretty nice, to be honest. I'm sticking with Hit and Run. I think Phil is sticking with Hit and Run as well, if I'm not mistaken. Banter was on the Lotus side, so that's already done and gone. Nonetheless.
Oh, they're going to return. They're coming back. I've heard it from Phil. Surprise pick.
I wouldn't be, wouldn't be surprised. They come back once more.
Somehow Lotus returned.
Yeah, somehow they just sneak into the finals. Of course, E75 getting ever so close for those of you who've been collecting valiantly, almost within reach. And yeah, but talking about today, what was on the line here again? So W has the playoffs locked in. With a win today, they lock in the upper bracket. Hidden Mafia lock the playoffs with a win. We can lock playoff with a win if Mafia wins too. So, a lot to be decided here. Cashback, of course, had that pretty rejuvenating win, right?
Yeah. I mean, they went 2-0 down. We kind of thought it was all over, and then they won 4 in a row. I mean, this Hit and Run team has been struggling in the first play day of the second stage. We saw them against Sicarios and it was weekend. And they did win, but they won in Tiebreaker. But the way they won wasn't convincing. And yeah, Cashback stepped up. They managed to pick up those ever valuable points to keep them alive. But again, as you mentioned, it's not really in their hands anymore. They need to beat Mafia, and they need to hope that we can lose.
Well, it all starts today with Cashback taking on Mafia in this very first match. Winning this would be huge for Cashback already. So it all starts here. They they have to win this, but it'd be really nice if they won this. It would be very, very good. Mafia also don't look that strong, to be honest. Community prediction will probably be in their favor, right? But I would say that so far, the last few play days, they didn't look fantastic.
Yeah, they got the W wiped the floor with them. I mean, Mafia have been inconsistent. Their wins look convincing. Their losses also look convincing. They convincingly lose. So there's a big bit of inconsistency. I mean, I think, W have seemed so strong since the beginning, apart from the first play day they've won every game since then. So I think you can't take that much away from yesterday. I still think Mafia are the favorites here. But I don't know, maybe, momentum is an important thing in World of Tanks. Cashback's victory in the previous play day could maybe spark a rejuvenation.
Yeah, it's possible. Now, like I said, Mafia hasn't looked that solid recently, so I think there's definitely opportunities here for them to find something and get the ball rolling. So let's see what actually ends up happening here. This Mafia team, however, is not one to be underestimated whatsoever, but they do seem to have hit a little bit of a stalemate where the other teams have edged further than they have.
Yeah, they started the season much stronger. In the second stage, they haven't looked so well. I mean, what was it, a tiebreaker against Sicarios, losing 4-0 yesterday against W. That's a concerning trend in stage 2, where you earn more points than stage 1. You don't want to perform poorly in the first stage and then better in the second. So I still think they'll make playoffs, but the score today, it's a bit more up in the air.
Well,
A bold community.
like
picking
I
them.
said, I think it's way too much towards Mafia, to be honest.
It is. I mean, the Polish community in World of Tanks is massive, and Mafia are a well-known name.
I mean,
they're
yeah, I
a little bit
agree,
more than
but it's-
Cashback are as well. But
It's just like with recent Mafia performances, 80% is not really realistic of how close this match could be, to be honest.
yeah, I'm just looking at the first stage. I mean, Mafia 3-0'd Lotus in their last game of the third stage. Before that, they 3-0'd Sicarios as well. Yeah, they performed so well. I mean, it's the weaker teams, right? So we can't really take too much away from that. I mean, we went for different predictions. You said Cashback will win this. I said Mafia will win this. So it's very hard to predict, though, because 3 of the 4 top teams, Mafia, Hit, and Cashback, have been really inconsistent in the previous play days. So it's really hard to predict the playoff places.
Map, pick and bans. Sand River banned by Cashback, Himmels banned by Mafia, gives us Westfield as the first one between these two, and then Tundra to follow it up. So very interesting. No Pilsen either. Mafia opting for Tundra instead of Pilsen, banning Runeberg, then Cashback banning Pilsen, and Ensk the next.
Yeah, Westfield is a bold map. We've had it on EU before. I don't think the CIS region, before they moved over, ever had that. I'm surprised. You know how the former CIS team, they tend to ban things like Live Oaks in 15v15, the maps they didn't typically have. So Westfield's a bold choice by Cashback. Tundra as well by Mafia. I think they're relying on their player skill and coordination in those close quarters fights. So yeah, these are non-standard picks. I mean, Ensk is a bit more standard. I think that could go either way. But Westfield and Tundra, if they're picking these maps, they've got something to show on it, because these are non-standard picks. You'd expect, especially Cashback played a lot of Sand River in the beginning of the season. I mean, it didn't serve them very well. Maybe that's why they banned it here. But yeah, it's interesting, these map picks, non-standard.
I would also expect the Sand River to come out, a Pilsen to come out from Mafia, but no, we're going to Westfield, which can be played pretty passively if you want to. And we see a lot of Westfields now that are not really erupting into a brawl immediately. Both teams just kind of holding the upper side with the Dravets, because the problem is, you can't ban everything. That's good for Westfield for that upper side. You ban the Mivi, they play the Dravets. You ban the Mivi and the Dravets, they play the BZs. So it's like you're impossibly. It's not a possibility to ban everything that can play up. It's just not happening.
Yeah, but I think there is an established meta. I think if you're on the western spawn, you typically go towards the cap circle. If you're on the eastern spawn, because you have a little bit better red line position, you tend to go a bit more field. I think we see that a bit more regularly. But we saw in the previous playday, who played? Was it Mafia Cashback we saw, where Hit and Run Cashback. Sorry, Hit and Run did some nice strats with like 50 Bs in the buildings to punish them. I think Little and the Tessak got caught yesterday. I think Hit and Run 2-0'd Cashback on this map, so quite surprised they'd pick it.
Well, prediction-wise, you going for a 4-3, Phil and Kian going for a 4-2, and I'm still predicting for Cashback.
Yeah, I've been going. The longer it goes on, I've started doing a bit more bold predictions. This season, everyone can go for that like kind of safe mid ground of 4-2. I wanted to go a bit more bold, and last days I went for a few 4-0s as well. You going for Cashback is interesting. I mean, I couldn't, when I did this prediction, I wasn't really sure Cashback or Mafia. Mafia have been inconsistent, so have Cashback, but obviously they won yesterday, which momentum is a powerful thing in World of Tanks. So this is hard to predict. I think Cashback could definitely win this.
Yeah, let's see first what kind of style we're going to get on Westfield, though. You can even...
Yeah, the pick and bans are important. If light tanks get banned, or if what type of heavies get banned, as well as you mentioned, Mivis, Dravix, BZs even we've seen before. And the style of play as well, obviously, because we can see many heavies fighting the upper side. We can see lights and 50Bs on the field side with the strike mediums. I think with the strike mediums being slightly nerfed in the mid-season patch, they don't start now with the small strike that can be used for decaps. I think it does change this map a little bit. I think it favors the upper side.
I'm just curious to see if maybe somebody will bring back the W strat, like a few Leopards, CSs, play outside control. It's definitely a possibility. We haven't really seen it, but with the mini strat.
I think it is harder on this map, though, because there's less cover. When you shoot, the ranges in which you can shoot that cap are just close enough that the leopards will be spotted. But let's wait for the bans here.
Well, the bans are the BZ and the 50B, which gives us the Mivi is unbanned and the Dravets as well, resulting into Cashback picking 1 Dravets, 1 IS4, triple Mivi, a Bliskovice, and an RHM.
It's a rookie mistake, Ducky. You gotta start with Mafia. Cashback always, they do it late, but they are sticking with the IS. No, they're not. It's now changed to a bat chat. Mafia, that's quad, Dravets, 1140, 430, and an RHM. So light tanks for both teams. That Foch is interesting. It's very rare to see a Foch on this map. Foch likes engagements with a lot of cover, where he can kind of fight enemies on flat ground. There's not that much flat ground on this one, or as much cover either. So using the Foch in a backline sniping position, it's a
We've seen
old one.
We've seen them do this actually before. They played it in the last play day as well, that way against Hit and Run. So they're just bringing it back. Liberty chasing away Kono a little bit with the information as well. Is not opting to take the strike, of course, but it is going to be Dravets facing off against Mivi here. And normally I would kind of favor the Mivi in that.
Barbarian trying to clip out, goes insta on reload. Proof was very lucky to not take any damage from multiple angles. Obviously, the Foch hasn't been spotted yet, so they don't know Barbarian is on reload. Map control, it's an interesting one, though. They're keeping the light close towards the artillery strike, but little in the medium is actually going wide. Normally we'd see the medium close and the RHM wide. Barbarian is rotating towards that field side. Kind of favoring Cashback at the moment. I think they have the better tanks for the upper side, and they've got slightly better field positions. Not a fan of this Foch, though.
Little has taken all the way down 0 line, though, in the bat shot. So they've established deep, and Liberty looks to want to take this information tower. He's got to be careful, though. Uzek is in a position where if Kono uses the plane, they probably could get a shot on him just in time, or at least get one of them fade away. But Kono opting to give that one up, decides not to use it. Liberty uses the plane, so he knows that Kono is hiding in that cubby. He knows that he cannot take the strike because of this. Because if he does, Kono will plane him and shoot him. So it's not a possibility, but look at this. Cashback is reacting off of the info. They saw the 140, saw the Dravets, they saw the RHM. So they think that currently they have an overmatch here in this part of the map. Aphrodite minus 1.2 immediately, though. Gotta be careful. They're starting to make these peaks. They're trying to get Profuse out of the game, and I think that's the pick as well, if they can do it. But Aka is kind of lonely right there in that position. Squeezy comes in with a shot from the sidelines as well, and the rest of the team gotta be careful not to overextend at this point. But Profuse is dead in the water. Squeezy with another good peek, finding a shot on Profuse, which has done his last shot of the game as Aka puts him down. And now you can see Rexar is starting to be in a little bit of trouble as well, because Squeezy opened up on the flanks now, is able to push up. The Mivis, though, gotta be careful with the overpeaks as well. But so far, they're reigning supreme. They're up 3k HP as well. And there is this lonely Dravets pushed into the 7-8 line. Conrad by his lonesome against Liberty and Little. And he's going to get absolutely dominated by that. Liberty might be even the one to finish. Little looking for the shot as well. It's going to be Liberty. So that Dravets is dead. And the problems have started mounting for Mafia. They're trying this desperate repush back on towards Aka and Squeezy with the remainder of their team. But they have nothing left, to be honest. Even the Foch B getting involved now as well. And these Dravets, as they're trying to make the push, they might find a kill or two. They do that on towards Aka. But that is little too late, as it's 6 tanks left standing for Cashback versus just 4 from Mafia, who have seemed to gotten bamboozled a little bit on this very first round.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan was for Conrad there. I think you've been there in a mouse before in that position, my memory serves. But a long time ago. But yeah, I'm a bit confused. I mean, it was a bold one by Cashback, because bear in mind the Dravik of Conrad is closer than the Batchet of Little all the way in that field, but going down there into that low ground, it's a bit illogical. Obviously, Cashback did have the better tanks in the north. They had Mivis with the better gun depression. They managed to catch Profus, which was the most important one, right? Once Profus dies, the crossfire is eliminated. And then Cashback kind of have domineering... they can dominate the high ground heights. So, yeah, Cashback not having to work that hard for this one, but they used the info well. They used the info tower. They got the information of where Cashback's Mafia's tanks are, and they made the correct play. So, yeah, deserved first point. A bit weak by Mafia.
Well, it was a good round from Cashback. They realized the isolation on the 430U and they exploited it as well, which was very good. Profuse, honestly, I think he did maybe 3-4 shots of damage max in that 430U in that engagement. So it was really good from Cashback. And Mafia kind of leaving too many openings there in the defense that they were putting up. You know, the 430U by himself, the rest of the team so much in the south, they're not really able to cover. And even if they did more damage, the moment Profuse falls, this game is very hard to win.
Yeah, just based on positions. They dominate the high ground. They have the...
Yeah, that's why you usually see somebody like in the back corner, you know, like one corner further back.
Profus could have ran to that back corner, and he's basically unpushable there because it's so much open ground. I mean, Profus fell really cheaply. And after that, it was kind of dominoes because they didn't have the tanks to contest. And I really have no idea what the plan was with Conrad to go down into that low ground. I have absolutely no idea what the plan was. So Mafia kind of played this game with 6. But Cashback took the map control, which was good. They took little on the field. I don't know why Kono opted not to take the info tower in the beginning. I think if he takes that, it's an easier game to win, right? Because you have that info earlier. But giving up that map control, this is why I kind of said I think the eastern spawn gets better field positions and the western spawn gets better upper side positions. But Cashback had the Mivis compared to the Dravex, and that allows them to dominate both sides of the map. I think so. It's just a little bit weak by Mafia, not trying to take. You know, you have to take one side of the map. You have to commit to something, because if you wet noodle both sides, you're just gonna collapse.
Well, first round for Cashback, good start. You know, I think they got a lot of confidence out of their last window. You know, the way that they came back, won that, and I don't know, not sure how Mafia's level of confidence is right now. Bans, K91, 50B. So Mafia, keeping it simple: 5 Dravets, a 140, and an Archam.
Yeah, Cashback, triple Dravets, Mivi, 140, 430, and Bliska. So no light tank on their side. Again, I think that kind of northeastern spawn, it has just much better field positions because of the bridge, allows for cover, and it's just a better side of the map, really. Even the info tower is you can see it's a bit closer to that southern strike. So they're opting for a full northern fight, it looks like. So a Cashback. No, so a Mafia, sorry. Plane coming out, 4 tanks spotted, so that is a replane for Kono.
I mean, Cashback kind of has to play the game, right? Because they don't have the light. There'd be double Dravets in A3 to the 430U of Aphrodite, taking some shots on the crossing, minus 895, yeah. They both get a shot, Yuzek and Profuse, I think. So, good start from them. And you know, Cashback, I really think that this is going to be a very hard game for them, the way that it's currently situated. They don't have a light. Kono's taken the strike already. And they're looking for the fight, but how do you find the fight right now?
Yeah, the double... You know, that double Dravik in the hole, yeah, they're stuck there. But the thing is that it means they can't overpeak Conrad and get decaps off, so the game kind of becomes a stalemate. With Mafia having that light tank, they are going to be able to take more map control. Kono takes one for free, but Aka won't be able to do that again. So it is, like you mentioned, it's a really hard game, because if you push onto Conrad, you've got Orzic, Barkis, the 2 tanks in the hole. You can't catch Kono. Rexar is too far away to be caught. Mafia are kind of keeping Cashback at arm's length. Liberty is in this back position to kind of maintain the map control so Kono can't sneak behind and get some cheeky shots in. But I do think that northeastern spawn is a bit better on this map. I think it's slightly favored on the side because you just have better field positions and you can control the game a little bit better. Like Cashback have 2 choices. They either push the hole in A3, which sucks because you're crossing open ground and you're going to lose about 3-4k HP just getting there, and when you get there it's still 2 full HP Dravix, right? Or they repush into the strike, somebody close, probably Barkis in this scenario, but that's not very fun either. And all this time that we're talking, Mafia are building that strike arsenal.
Bayern taking a strike in return though. They could deny it, but that doesn't really seem worth it, to be honest. But with a strike in hand, much will change though.
No? I mean, Barkas will take a strike. The Dravik. Oh, now comes the push.
Double strike is available though for Mafia. Akka is going to have to be the one to tank it. Minus 1.2, minus 1.6. Their strike comes out, but there's still a double strike available for Mafia. That's the first one, and Akka is dead. He goes down immediately. That's the second strike. That one was not that good, to be honest. I think it only hit on Squeezy, but still, the problem is they don't really have enough tanks to clean out the hole right now. Mindbreaker and Squeezy. Squeezy's about to die here in a second versus these two, and when that happens, they don't have the numbers, which means that the 4TDU is now sent in as well, which is Aphrodite, to help clean this up, but even he is likely to die for this, as Mindbreaker will find the kill on Yuzek, but Perfu is still pretty healthy on 1.9. There's not much they can do about this right now, about this Dravet's probably killing the 4TDU. It's actually Orchek coming back in, pushing off of that A5 position back into the A3 position himself with that 140. A good move, you could say, from the player in the 140. Barbarian tries to go up and over, but the only place he's going is the graveyard. He goes down. 3 tanks left standing for Cashback. Yeah, kind of losing completely on initial lineup already.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need total north control if you want to make this work, because you can't cap in this scenario because you can only sit safe in one place and the strike's always going to hit you. If you want to apply cap pressure, you need to have multiple tanks in corners, right? So the strike doesn't hit, it can only hit one instead of hitting like all 3 at once. Yeah, just losing on opening. I think that northeastern spawn is a bit better. You have better field control. You can control the north. I think Cashback have an opportunity if they push that hole
Immediately almost.
but immediately,
Before the
but
second
with 4 tanks.
before the
It has to be 4 and it has to be immediate.
Before the second strike comes in, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And you can kind of see here, like Akka only 400, he just gets shredded on the way. Like I said, you take about 2, 3, 4k HP damage just on that crossing, because every tank gets 2 shots, right? The Dravik that's close gets 2, the 140 probably gets 3, the 2 tanks in the hole get 2, and you also have double strike. So it's always a losing engagement for them. They have to push it early, and they have to push it with minimum 4 guys. And that opens you up on the other side of the map. I do think it's opening.
Well, good job for Mafia, bringing it all even. Was kind of a straightforward run for them. Not sure what Cashback obviously was expecting something else, but
I think it's the way the map is now. I think it kind of a bit predictable that Western spawn goes upper side because you're a little bit better upper side. The Eastern spawn goes field because you have a little bit better field spawn. But you need total control over the north. If you just allow them to live in that bowl, the map control is just going to eat you alive, because you get poked from angles, you get multiple strikes, and that's what Mafia did. Cashback were too slow to repush the bowl. They were too slow to repush something. They can repush into the city and try and catch something. They can repush into the bowl. They can try and catch the light on field, which is obviously very difficult. But I think 1-to-1 isn't horrible. I think it's probably a 1-to-1 map, because I think that Eastern spawn, it's kind of like Sand River, right? One spawn has a little bit better positions. Tundra is going to be the big one, because I think Mafia are very good in these close-range brawls. I think they always have been. And you've seen that Phase 1 score, obviously, it's only been 2 weeks, but I do think we're seeing different. I think we're seeing a different Cashback team and a different Mafia team. That's what I love about Onslaught. It's like, even though it's only a few weeks, you see such big changes from the start compared to the end.
well, Tundra is Mafia's pick though, so let's see if they can actually surprise as well with it, because I would say it's a little bit of a surprise that they ended up picking it, but both teams banning 50B, that gives us 5 Mivis, a K91 and a 140 for Cashback.
Yeah, we don't often see Mivis taken on this map. Cashback might want to keep Mafia at arm's length and play on hold down. Mafia's lineup, triple BZ, triple 430U and a Tessak. It's much more ordinary. We've seen this before, the Tessak kind of flanking, they go north, they try and secure that north strike and make crossfire. But Cashback really want a slow game here. They just want to sit, hold down, and poke Mafia to death. There's not that much hold down on this map though. I know that there's ridges. Nice spot coming out from Kono as well. Spots for Liberty, the only unknown, but I don't know. This is going to be a hard game for Cashback.
Let's see what they can do with it. They have a lot of DPM. A lot of cooldown
Yeah,
potential
not
as well.
as much as the 430s though.
Sure, but the 430s have to aim, you know.
True. Cashback have to deal a good 2-3k damage before Mafia get, you know, you can call it fox amongst the chickens, right? Once these 430Us get behind the Mivies, it's going to be complicated. You see Little already not in a great position. He's forced to move. You see this initial poking from the hold down tanks. This is what I'm saying. Cashback need about a 2 or 3k HP advantage before Mafia get in their face.
But let's say that double 430U decided to cross over the bridge and took a lot of damage for that. And Little's even going a little bit aggressive behind that. Good on him. Perfuz dropped below half HP, and right now Orchek and Perfuz don't really have a reaction to it. Orchek finds the shot, pushing up now as well, rotation towards the north, but I think Cashback is currently content with just kind of sitting, and that HP lead that you were talking about has evaporated and turned completely the other way right now in favor of Cashback. Mafia was again expecting something this time around, and that something did not happen whatsoever. I think the Mivies were a surprise for them, and they're currently trying to deal with the situation, but Perfuz is the only thing he's dealing with is a lack of HP, down towards a one-shot, tried to make a peek, down to 11. Can they even find him? Maybe. The strikes are there for Mafia. One comes out, the second one, I think, still on Barkis right now. They don't want to use it, but Liberty pushing in with the K91 and the 430U, or the 140, sorry, from behind. That's something to note indeed. Little is low, but he backed away, and Orchek is dead. Profuse is down towards the one-shot as well, and Liberty, if he gets another strike, he only needs a mini-strike to basically kill off that remaining tank. That's a lot of damage from the Tasak. It does start adding up, but the only damage right now that's really mattering is the fact that Mafia is down so much. They do find the first kill, and Squeezy was struggling a little bit there to close out that one. Little starts to heal, but it's not going to be enough. Barbarian finds Rexar, Liberty finds Profuse as well. One kill getting traded in return, but still, nonetheless, it is Cashback all the way right now in a commanding position. 4 tanks left standing for Mafia. These Mivies are fired up. They've got a lot of DPM, they've got a lot of HP, and I think the game is closing out because of it as well. Cashback, they do something surprising, I think, for Mafia. Mafia tries to play a standard game in a way, and 430U's crossing the bridge, though. That's the interesting one.
Yeah, it's a bold one. I mean, they had the full info. I don't understand what the logic was. I mean, you cross these 430Us over, and you're surprised that the tanks you spotted in the beginning are going the direction they were going before. It was just weird. You know, you bleed about... They probably bled about 1,500, 2k, because of that. And Cashback did a little bit extra poking damage. I mean, it's still a reasonably close game. Obviously, the last 3 tanks are full HP. But it's like I said, Cashback with this lineup, you need to keep those DPM tanks at arm's length and kind of poke them a little bit. Poke them full of holes so you can bleed them maybe a K or 2 each. And then when they finally get in amongst you, you have enough HP to tank. And you can notice, right, all of these Mivies, they took the small gun. So they all had the maximum DPM that they could have. With the Mivy ability, that DPM really stacks. So, yeah, Cashback doing something interesting. But I don't know what Mafia are doing, to be honest. I mean, this bridge play, no idea.
Well, Kono gives himself up to Barbarian. Cashback will take the lead back, 2-1. Yeah, that Mivy is a dangerous thing, though. I mean, especially, I mean, BZs really struggle against it, to be honest. Like, they really struggle because of the fact you really have to aim a lot.
But the point of that is that, I mean, the BZ sucks anyway in a shootout. The point of the BZ is to take the hits for the 430U, and then the 430Us are making the kills. So they needed an engagement where they could jump on Cashback, right? They wanted to come close, and I think Little was that target. I thought Little was going to be in a problem when they crossed the bridge. I thought they could have gone left into that like little hold down thing. Do you know what I mean? Like when you cross the bridge from that side, you can go right into the low ground, or you can go left into that like kind of little high cubby. I feel like they could have done that. The BZs push in, they surround Little, they make the initial kill, and then they keep going. I mean, it's not going to be easy, but this was just strange, you know? Profus and Orzic, I think it was, who crossed the bridge. They bleed so much for that. The BZ, you know, when the BZs have more damage than the 430Us, that's an issue.
Yeah, because the 430Us took all of that initial damage, you know? So...
Yeah, which is not... You know, a BZ is just a very bad gun on a platform that can boost with a lot of health, right? The whole point of BZ is to be a hit point sponge. It's like a mouse with speed. It's not got a great gun, the DPM is not good, but it can take hits and it can heal each other. you want the BZs taking hits so the 430Us can deal the damage. But in this game, it was the reverse.
Yeah. Well, Cashback takes back the lead on the map pick of Mafia. Let's keep that into mind as well. And so far, you know, like, they're winning the rounds. I think both teams are giving a lot of opportunities here so far. We haven't really gotten a good old-fashioned brawl. You know, like, every game so far has been really one team giving a big opening and the other one consolidating on that.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, it's kind of, I don't think either team is playing well. I think one team is beating the other team that's playing worse. I think, you know, we're seeing some strange stuff. Like Cashback going north in the Westfield and doing nothing. In this game, they crossed the bridge with the 430Us, which was quite peculiar, you can say. But I think this one's going to be important. I mean, bear in mind, this map is a little bit biased, I think. I think you'll agree, towards the eastern side. I think the eastern side gets a bit of an advantage because you get better positions in A4. And now that Cashback have the good side, they have a good opportunity to go 3-1 up.
Lineups 50B banned again by both teams. So this time around, WE50M, a K91 triple Mivi, and a BZ for Cashback.
Yeah, we can see quite a distinct change in style by both of these teams. Mafia, triple BZ, 1CS, the 430Us coming out, triple of them yet again. Mafia sticking with that style from the previous game, where the BZs want to take the hits, the CS can use his small strike to decap the strike, the 430Us deal the damage. But Cashback again, I think they have a little bit of a worse side for those Mivis. Bear in mind, on the western spawn, they're in a bit of low ground on the other side of the rails, on their side of the rails, so they can use the gun depression a bit more effectively. But if they can use these M5Ys to poke holes yet again, it'd be a good game for Cashback. Not a fan of K91 on this side, though.
I mean, he played in the last round as well. Went well.
Yeah, but he's a backline sniper if the 430Us overpush the Mivis. On this side, there's less of a backline position he can use because of all of these buildings, the ridges. You know, if he just sits on like E2 or F2, he has better shots from that side than he does on this side, in my opinion.
Bono gets the strike.
Mafia might just boost straight into this, though. They might see an isolation. Those Mivis are quite far back. They just boost with these BCs into Mindbreaker. They might catch some things here.
They might actually. They're going for it as well. Liberty, Barbarian, Squeezy are indeed kind of far out of the game. But there's a triple man crossfire behind, though. They will find immediate success on towards Mindbreaker, down towards 383. He's going to go down before anything really happens. And now Mafia has to continue snowballing at this point. They found the first pick. They got to find a few more. They've gotten a good isolation again. This time against Aphrodite, the Mivi is not going to be very hold on whatsoever when they all push past. He's dropped low. One of the 430Us will surely finish him off. It's going to be Orchek as well to find it. And the snowball is just starting to turn into an avalanche here for Mafia, as they just need to keep pressing W at this point. Find a good push, find the first target, and will continue doing so. Yeah, sure, but the number of the guns is usually what brings everything across the line here, and the K91's not involved that much. He's in the back just shooting, and they're not having the guns to deal with this.
Yeah, not having the guns, you're right. I thought the K91 might have a bit more of an effect from that back line. It's like I mentioned, I think the K91, it would have been, if this was a reverse push, that K91 would have a lot more open ground to farm. But now the tanks are behind the buildings, he just has less, and his meat, you know, the hit points that are in front of him, they're slowly dying. Squeezy just crossfired from behind, he goes forward, he's into Yuzek, Liberty being hunted by Rexar, and that lone 50M of Little in the back, and Cashback tried to replicate the success they had in the previous game, but I just think this side is worse for it. There's more open ground on that western spawn here. There's a lot of buildings, a lot of these kind of little, what do you say, mud piles that you can hide behind, and Mafia doing a pretty simple push. They just see a real simple opener, boosting. This is what they wanted in that previous game, right? The BZs push in first, they take the initial shots, the 430Us deal the DPM, and you kill Cashback's tanks one by one and do that snowball effect. Again, it's a real simple game. There's nothing complicated in these matches. Mafia just finding that good opener, and Cashback being too far back to deal with it.
It's a really good push by them, though.
No, it was, but we've seen this before, right? This is not the first time we've seen this type of push on Tundra. This can be expected.
Good push. You know, good denial of the strike as well. all in all, Mafia executed super well. Get the number of guns up, and Thunder is very simple after that, you know? You get the first kill, as long as you kind of keep going and you don't int too hard, it's very hard to come back.
Yeah, you don't keep pushing until you've killed the guy behind you. I'm trying to remember where we've seen this push before. I've definitely seen it. I think it might have been W. Pushing in, you know, you do the BZs on the outside and the 430Us on the inside, so the BZs take most of the damage. You eliminate the guy on the strike, then you eliminate the guy on the red line because he's in a little bit of a hold down. And after that, there's no more crossfire. You can just keep going and snowballing. This is not complicated, you know, what Mafia did. It's kind of like Cashback on Ruinberg, right? Where they peek out, the type takes the shots, and you cross with the rest towards the cap. You kill the guy on the strike. It's a similar game. It's a step-by-step process, but Mafia did see the opener, which is good. The opening, right? They saw that Cashback had double Mivy out. I don't think the K91 was spotted, but they still saw those Mivies were far away, which meant they saw a nice opener. And 2-2. Not sure. Who do you think takes this in the end? Have you seen enough to make a definitive decision?
I have no clue right now. I don't think either team deserves to win in this.
I'm inclined to agree. I think it's. There's no winner here in these matches so far. There's the non-loser, right? Because I think no one's winning it overall in terms of strategies and things. I think just your opponent's making a mistake and you're exploiting it, and then the previous game you make a mistake and the enemy exploits it.
Yeah, that's basically the name of the game so far. I mean, I would say that this last round was honestly the best round out of them all, because Mafia really just broke open this kind of
Their
structure.
decisions were quick. It's like, you know, that Westfield you said, Cashback, if they pushed the ball immediately, they would have had a chance. That was the same in this one. Mafia made that immediate push.
Now, Ensk is going to be an interesting one. Both teams actually opting to ban the E4. They've been very similar the last few rounds with bans. Both of them banned the 50B
50Bs.
on Tundra. Now they're both banning the E4. Gives us a 50B, triple T57, double type, and a Fush B for Cashback.
Again, a change of distinct styles. Cashback going for more the autoloaders. Mafia, more of the DPM tanks. One Dravik, triple type, triple 430U. So it's kind of a similar thing, right? The BZs take the shots, the 430Us deal the damage. In this game, it's the types that take the shots and the 430Us deal the damage. They just need to find that right engagement. There's a lot of info that's going to come out for Cashback. Triple type being spotted, obviously double type Cashback spotted, but I think it does favor Cashback overall. 430Us are making a trap though, but they're not going to see anything. At the moment that info point gets into the city, Mafia are going to be in a problem.
I mean, Conrad, Barkas, and Usually, they could just turn left though. Like, they would take some damage, but it wouldn't be all that much either. Depends a little bit on like how quick they are, because the 57s are coming. I think Barkas and Music now realize what's up. They're going to be swinging forward, normally towards the left, but they're opting not to do that. They're just kind of sitting on the cap. That leaves an opportunity here for Cashback to come close if they wish to do that, though. The 430Us are just coming in from behind, though. They're continuing to push, but Orchak and Kono, they cannot do this. Not by the way that they don't have enough to make this play. Little's already there as well. They really don't have the numbers for that, and Music peeking out. Yeah, that's a lot of shots wasted, though, from the side of Cashback.
Yeah, Barbarian now on reload. There is a moment of opportunity. Triple 430U is in the south. You see they're shooting down the walls to try and get info. I still don't think they can make that play. I think Aphrodite is very ready, and Cashback they're kind of preparing in the south, getting into good positions. The Dravik's taking the north. Mafia are going to take some nice map control here. That Dravik, he can side scrape and start farming these types. And I don't think Cashback have that much of a way into this game. You know, that's the problem with the autoloaders. They're a bit awkward because they've not got that great armor.
Yuzek's too far.
Little is going forward. They want to try and catch out Yuzek, it looks like. But the crossfire is really there for Mafia.
Little in the meantime getting repushed by the 430Us straight away. That's good from Mafia, hitting that timing against that singular tank. Little doesn't dodge the strike either. Will probably die against Yuzek now. Yuzek does get the roll. Needed a slight high roll, which basically is no high roll because of the perks. But he does get it, and now Mafia in a commanding position. They have Squeezy to push on as well in the T57 Heavy. He's down towards a 2-shot. Aphrodite's in trouble, getting surrounded by the 430Us. Profuse in return, like, sure, he's a little bit of a lonesome in that Dravet. He'll get rammed to death. That's a kill of the way of Cashback. And now the question is, can these 57 Heavies get clips in? If they could do that, anything is possible. Like Squeezy coming around, gets a kill. Shouldn't be happening. Kono will now return on Squeezy, but that gives Mindbreaker an opportunity to reload. Rexar is down towards the one-shot, and all of a sudden it's 4v5, but playable. Barbarian's going to come in as well with the Forge B, with the ability high. Yuzek peeking against Aka. A good peek from Yuzek as well. Shuts down Aka. Now, 3 on 5 and Mindbreaker. That's a full HP type. That's not something he wants to shoot at.
Yeah, now the thing is, with Mindbreaker dying, it's a 2v5. Will take the strikes. That's probably going to be Yuzek or Rexar dying, so it will be a 2-on-4, but it's a really hard 2-on-4. Liberty needs to catch Rexar on this crossing. He doesn't see it. Goes behind the house, and so close yet so far. It's an awkward engagement. Those P2D3s, they're just not in great positions to kind of punish, right? Because it becomes a one-on-one trade almost. You can't really clip anybody out straight away. I think there were some small mistakes with Cashback's types as well in the middle, but info tower being taken, so that's 1. We'll see if it's Yuzek that goes down or the 430. Strike missed. Oof. Oh, Shradid, Yuzek dodges it. That's crazy.
Liberty does find the kill without, taking any damage.
Waste the strike though, and there's no decap then.
Barbarian will have to body block the cap somehow. It is looking like Mafia is going to be putting themselves on match point first. I mean, Liberty is holding the angle, and Barbarian will come in with the Force B, but he needs all of his shots basically to kill Conrad already. And even if he does, Kono and Vexar are starting to move back in with the 430 Us back on towards Liberty. And I think Liberty now realizes what's up. Barbarian has Barkus on the other angle. I mean, there's nothing to be done here. Trying their best, but it's all just for show. Sheep pen as well. On top of it, and it's going to be Mafia to pick up the very first round actually of Ensk, getting themselves on a match point as well, stealing some points also nonetheless.
I think this is a repeat of the previous games we saw. I think Cashback had a really bad reaction. You know, they get the info tower first, so they have full info. They can make decisions, and I think the decisions they made were not good. I think then that they looked a bit confused with what they wanted to do, right? They decided to go south, but they weren't in great positions. The autoloaders didn't make great clips. Little drove in the open and died very cheaply. I'm surprised Proofus got out so little damage, actually. I thought he was in a pretty good position to make crossfire in the north, but I didn't like Cashback's reaction. I thought this wasn't good. And I think Mafia exploited that quite heavily.
The 43 used it pretty... No, actually the types it really well for this. You know, I mean, Kono does good damage as for 3U, but it's the Barkus Yuzek Conrad combination that really does the majority of the work here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they found good engagements, right? They were clipping out the T-57s. No, not clipping out, sorry. They were shooting the T-57s a lot. They had the back positions where they could farm onto the types of Aphrodite and Akka. The types do get out good damage, though, on that Mafia side. I think they were kind of almost like battleships, right? They shoot the type, they get shot by a type, and they did good damage in the end game against Barbarian in the Fosh B with the HE pens and things like that. Aphrodite is a lot of damage blocked, though, 2.5. So does Conrad. I think Cashback should have been better prepared. I think they got the info tower first. They had information on what Mafia was playing, and they just didn't use it well. Little went close, got shredded. They weren't prepared for the south at all, even though they knew the 430Us were there. I don't know. It's just a repeat of the previous games. I think both of these teams are not performing to the level we want, and they're relying on their enemies making a mistake.
Well, second round of Ensk coming in. So far it was very interesting, Ensk. What will this give us?
Distinct styles, right? Autoloaders versus DPM tanks. So we are seeing a meta shift. That's, again, what I love about Onslaught. You see different tanks played. You see different styles, right? Autoloaders, high DPM mediums, heavy Z4s.
Bans, though. Cashback going for the Dravid's ban. Mafia sticking to the E4. So, interesting. And Cashback, I don't think this lineup is going to stay. I would be surprised, you know.
Rat tactic.
It's not going to happen. Force B, 4 Bliskavitsas, a 1-1B, and a 50B.
An aggressive lineup right there. Mafia, will that IS4 remain? We'll need to see. Double type 1 CS with optics, double Blisker and a Fosh B. The IS-4 is remaining, actually, which is a surprise. Both teams going for a decently aggro lineup, though. Double Blisker on Mafia's side. What? No, it's a Penta Blisker on Cashback side, so they want to be up close and personal. If they can catch a good engagement in this city, it could be over real quick.
Well, Rufus is taking the strike, so there's that, and I think that will be... Ooh, Conrad's gonna see all of them. There's 1, there's 2, 3, gets a shot even as well.
Doesn't see the back 3 though.
No, and they do know that there's double Bliska in the back now, and Cashback, what did they do with this? Like, Aphrodite taking a lot of damage already, Little, where are they gonna go? What's the play here for Cashback? How's the reaction? Because right now they're all in this lane of the F line, a little bit confused even on what to do. Not really getting anything done, just taking a lot of damage even, and they gotta think about what their next move is.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. I mean, I think their initial plan was use the cloak, you know, the invisibility cloak to get in their faces, but now that they're spotted, they're kind of stuck in a really bad engagement. Aphrodite and Little, they're going to get pounced on by Yuzek and Barkis. That's a lot of HP on those types. I'll be able to punish them. Mafia opting to repush, which is quite a surprise. I think Conrad is a bit outmatched. Barbarian is covering these Bliskovitzes, but the Fosh doesn't like really shooting against types. It doesn't have the greatest time. In the meantime, there's a city engagement going on, but it's all a bit of a mess. It's here, there, and everywhere. Squeezy's going to try and isolate Kono, but it's going to take a while for Kono to dive. He will heal a lot of that damage while he runs. Conrad being bullied a little bit. Little will give a shot. Akka should be able to finish him. He does. And these types, they really got shredded, actually. It's not been a horrific engagement for Cashback.
The problem right now is that Mafia doesn't really have DPM, right? Like, look at the lineup. The Bliskovitzes, they're starting to get really involved with that DPM. Shot after shot after shot. Big alpha, big DPM. Absolutely tremendous overtime coming in. They've just lost the first 2, Mindbreaker and Squeezy, but Conrad, Barkis, and Yuzek are already dead. The HP... relatively even.
Look at the map control, like they're completely stuck in this corner and they can't really escape. Akka's holding this angle, the Fosh is covering the Blisker. They could just reset cap. They could reset and cap. Like, it's, I know it looks even, but it's basically over as long as Cashback don't actually throw it. You can see the Blisker is now retreating to take the strike on the field. The strike in the city can't be taken because Liberty's holding the angle. Barbarian is running to take a better position. Nobody's spotting that F line right now, which I don't really like. I think there should be a tank spotting the F line. I think, or just a strike. Akka will be spotting the city, but this is going to be really hard to come in from Cashback. In theory, there should not really be a way this can be thrown.
Little with the strike. So the real question is, Aphrodite is the one capping. He has to be careful because, you know, he's pretty low. Akka spots out Kono, gives a shot as well. He will not heal any of that back. Liberty finds Profuse as well with the strike. No, not with the strike, with a shot actually. Sorry, in that Bliskovice. And now Cashback actually coming in to clean up. Akka rolling back in with that Type 5, still pretty healthy. It's not something Mafia wants to really engage on. They do find Aphrodite, who was a one-shot strike used, of course, for that as well. But the problem remains it's still a 4-on-3. And now Mafia trying to escape from these lanes. Kono taking another shot. He will heal most of that back though. But Barbarian still has 3. Rex are crossing over. But already Little coming to reinforce. And Akka finding Orchek is going to be a one-on-one win for Akka nonetheless. Little will hold the angle, will find the shot as well. Shut down Kono. Orchek dying to Liberty. Cashback is not over just yet. It didn't look like a great start from them because they were all spotted out. But the repush from Mafia, chaotic, and chaotic not working out for them. They're going to be going to Tiebreaker, and I'm trying to remember which map it was.
It was Ensk. Might have been Ghost Town. Chaotic is a good word. I think Cashback, you know, they bled a lot going in. They looked a bit confused, like they didn't know what they wanted to do. I think if Mafia slowed the game down there, it's a completely different game. And I think this was Mafia's mistake, which allows Cashback to come back in. The IS-4, he was outmatched, right? An IS-4 against a type, it's just not great, you know, because the type is so much taller. It can shoot into the turret, into the engine deck. The HP and DPM are about the same because IS-4 is pretty crappy DPM. I mean, Conrad got a lot of damage out before he died, but the thing is, he was the only one really getting map control. We didn't see much from Krufus in that game, but he really didn't have a big impact. But again, it's not nice to say, but the quality that we're seeing from both of these teams, it's not great. Cashback probably should have lost this. If Mafia just relax, use the CS for map control, keep them in those positions, don't overreact like they did with the types. The type of Barkis and Yuzek who pushed close against the Bliskers, they got shredded. Only 2 shots of damage done each. Not great by Mafia.
Yeah, well, tiebreaker. Who had the faster round now? That's a secondary question. Thinking about it. It is Ghost Town as the tiebreaker.
I mean, the Mafia's Tundra.
The Tundra. They would get the...
Yeah, it was Ghost Town. Yeah, the Westfields were pretty slow. It'll probably be Mafia's Tundra, so Mafia will have map pick. Side pick. I don't think... There's no real advantage on Ghost Town, right? With the sides, I wouldn't say so. Do you think there's any... Either side gets a big advantage?
No.
Not big, but, minor. I mean, it's designed to be a mirror map, right? So it's basically equal. Both sides get high ground, both sides get low ground. The middle's kind of the same. I think we see more cap rushes from North. We tend to see more all-in cap plays. We'll need to see. I mean, I don't know. I feel like neither team deserved the points, but one of them is going to walk away with 3 at the very least. And for Cashback's sake, for their survival, it does need to be them. Because I think if they lose this, it's kind of Jova. And if Mafia win, I get the full 2 points, which naturally is what we want, right, Ducky? You don't want Ian winning, do you? You love me more than Ian, correct?
I don't... Listen, I've always been told, don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. I think this is one of the questions you really don't want the answer to.
Is that your house? What? Sorry?
So I would rather have Ian win, actually. As long as it's not Kihan, it's like Kihan is all the way on the bottom. If Kihan...
No, you're equal points with Kihan.
No, but
also on the bottom.
No. As long as Kihan doesn't in terms of who I'd rather have win, it's Ian on the top, then it's Phil, then it's you, and then it's Kihan.
Nice. Beating Kihan, that's the very least.
Because if Kihan ends up winning the prediction game after all of the stuff that I've seen,
years of being at the bottom.
After all of the stuff, after some of the results I've seen him fill in, it's there's no hope at that point.
Yeah, it's fully over. But yeah, looking at this, bans double EBR on both sides. Mafia 150B double traffic, K91 double 430 and a T100. So no RHM. That T100 with its low profile coming back into fashion.
Liberty playing as trusty RHM, double 57, IS4, type, E50M, K91. Neither team looking too aggressive in the beginning.
I don't think either team wants to risk. IS4 is an interesting one. We haven't seen it on this map yet. We saw it, I think that was the first time we saw an IS4 on Ents. We're seeing it again, maybe coming into fashion. I hate the tank, to be quite frank. I think it's horrible. I'd prefer to play 705. It's just a terrible tank. The armors might be okay for randoms, but in this competitive, it's not good enough. The DPM is terrible. It's inaccurate. I think it's garbage.
Oh no, very aggressive. Spots out Liberty as well, but taking a shot in return in that T100.
Now he's stuck. He can't leave now.
They are crossing 1-2 line with the 430 use. Kono taking another one. He's kind of denying the info on 1-2 line, but Mindbreaker wants to go for this, but I think they also realize he would not be there without backup, right? There's no way. And they do spot out the 430U. I think the IS4 actually spotted out one of them. Rex are taking some damage now. Maybe not so great driving on that part, because he's the only one that got spotted out. It gives away the info, I guess. But I think they knew already, right? Because there's no way Kono does that without anything behind him.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that Kono didn't plane Little. I think if Little gets planed, he can't take the K1 position and he has to stay in the low ground. If he stays in the low ground, it's much better. I think Little in that backline position in K1. Nice blind. Plane will come out. I just think allowing Little to take that corner is a mistake.
Liberty will take a plane. Squeezy doesn't have a mini strike. I think Rexar will take the strike because of this as well. I don't think Squeezy can risk peeking. So he will not. They will have to give up that strike. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I think Cashback could have much better from this.
Sorry, say that again.
I think Kazbek got much better from this initial.
Yeah, I mean,
Controlling
I agree.
1-2 is usually not that great because
You
the
can
problem-
only take one of the strikes.
it's not even that. It's because H1 is always open, and once you lose H1, like if Little pushes up at some point and takes back one line, everything on the 4 lane becomes so annoying to play.
Yeah, if you have this side, you can't cover the cap, which means cash back the cap. You can't guarantee you're going to take the one strike because it can get decapped from multiple angles. You can't take the
You lose H1 when they do start
Yeah.
camping, which means you get shot from behind, and you have to push it with 2. It's really annoying to do it because you don't know what's behind most of the time. It's all the way in the open when you're driving through. It's just, I honestly think it's a really, really hard position to play the way that Mafia
Yeah.
has it right
It's-
now.
Yeah, it's why we see most teams, at least we used to, we haven't seen it that much recently. You know, they take like an IS-7 or a Dravik to the F7 strike from both sides, and then they kind of contest over that. Because, yeah, this one line, it's not great. There's just a lot of disadvantages. And as well, like every minute, we're going to see Liberty taking that info point. So any rotation that Mafia make, it's always going to be spotted. Like these 430Us going one line, they're spotted all the time. Yuzik, yeah, he can get decaps on Akka as much as he wants, but the moment Little decides to take that H1 position, he's going to get shot in the back. Rotation should always be spotted out by Liberty with the planes and also him taking a passive bush. Obviously, surprised Liberty's being so passive actually, because he got the info tower. He knows where Kono is. He's sitting very far back actually.
They spotted Rexar coming towards the city though. Cashback needs to know what's up now. Barbarian's backing off as well. Mindbreaker and Aphrodite are going to be holding the angle. Aphrodite starting to clip out against Conrad. Little now starting to push up 1-2 line. The other 57 of Barbarian moving towards the strike. Liberty coming back in as well. And it's do or die here for Mafia. They're pushing in with Rexar first. Akka does have a shot for him available. Down towards 365. Is there a strike on Cashback? It doesn't look like it right now. Aphrodite on reload. Barbarian going to take that strike. Marcus finds the first kill. But the bleed is pretty significant. They have to continue swinging here. They don't really have a choice. Barbarian finds the kill even without the strike, I think. That's the big strike coming in on towards the guns of Mafia. Aphrodite holding the line with this life, trying to keep them pinned in position. Mindbreaker will roll back in as well with the IS-4 from behind. The K91 in the south as well, getting some shots in, and Liberty getting involved. And Mafia, I think, realized their doom was impeding or coming close at some point, because they tried to make this push, but it got spotted out on the 4 line actually, I think, by Barbarian's peak early on. Give Cashback, I'd say 5 to 10 seconds to at least start moving, you know, and that's very important.
Yeah, that info is super important. I mean, Mafia knew they couldn't stay in those positions. They had to make a move, and now they're trying to run, they're trying to reset, but, you know, even if you don't take into account the 2-tank advantage, Liberty being on full HP, that will be the death of them. There's no holding tanks on Mafia anymore. There's no meat that can take shots or bounce shots, you know, or just made of paper. Profus is not a fighting tank. Kono doesn't have DPM. It's all over for Mafia. It was a hard-fought, say, dirty, scrappy, not clean fight between these two teams. It went down to tiebreaker. It went down to the wire, but Cashback, you know, Mafia tried to do something in this opener, but it put them in a worse position than they'd want to be, and Cashback do deservedly take this tiebreaker. I think,
Keeping
you
their
know,
dreams
Mafia,
alive.
they made the decisive decision.
Cashback.
There's no way back.
Cashback keeping their dreams alive, you know, the most
yeah.
important part for them. Would they have lined all of the points? Sure, but is it?
Yeah, but I don't think they deserve all the points.
No,
to be
but
quite
it's
frank.
like at the end of the day, I feel like it's very likely to come down in the match between Weekend and Cashback, who actually makes it in. And that's being set up right now. You know, if Weekend loses their game that they're going to play today, they end up losing it. Then I feel like we're looking at a decision in that match between which one of the two will actually be making it. And Cashback wins it 4-3 this round. You know, the positions they had, I think, are just better.
It's weird though, because Mafia chose these positions, right? The strat was always send Kono aggressive to push away Cashback's tanks. This was always the plan, right? So Mafia, they put themselves in these poor positions, and yeah, this is just not great.
So Cashback
Right.
has Cashback has Sicarios next play day, right, on Tuesday, and then on Thursday they have Weekend.
I mean, they're likely to take points from Sicarios. I don't think we can take any points today against W.
We can-
because W have been very dominant. Who do Weekend play next?
Mafia.
Oh no, they play Mafia. Cashback, sorry.
No, Mafia plays Weekend on Tuesday, and then on Thursday, Cashback plays against Weekend. So
I mean, they could take some points against Mafia. I think maybe they could take 1 point, but I don't think they'll overall win the match. I'm inclined to agree. I think it's going to come down to that match between Weekend and.
keep in mind though that how many points are left right now? There was 9 points between Cashback and Mafia before today. Mafia took 1, Cashback took 3, so they can't really catch them anymore. Need to do a little bit of math, but lots to be decided. Before we get back, let's take it away with some replays so we can do some math. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the AMD Onslaught Legends Series Season 6 External from across the pond. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, more than a stone's throw away from across the pond.
I mean, if you could throw a stone that far, I'd be very impressed, to be honest. But Hit and Run versus Sicarios. This is a match where, unlike the last one, there is at least in my opinion, there's a very clear favorite.
Yeah, I mean, you would say there is almost even a favorite for the last one. But Cashback deservedly put up a great fight there.
I mean, I believed in Cashback. I'm a believer until the end. You know.
They've been performing really well lately, but so is Hit and Run. Hit and Run's always, as always, they perform very well in the regular season. You know, it always ends up somehow being W that makes this like really, really amazing performance in the playoffs. So, you know, I'm hoping Hit and Run one time will be able to show up there. As we can see, Monster's the top damage dealer there, little standout player.
You know, this prediction is not that far away from the Mafia Cashback one. That was 80-20. That was my main.
Wild.
That was my main concern. I think 80% was ridiculous, to be honest, to have in favor of Mafia. But this 88 in favor of Hit and Run, yeah, I'd say that's more realistic.
Absolutely. I mean, a difference of 20 I could see, you know, if it's like 60-40, but that was just discrediting Cashback too much. I mean, at the start of the season, I think they had a pretty bad performance, but they've been doing well lately. Pick bans, we're going to have Westfield starting off. It's a fun map to watch.
Yeah. Depends
Especially
on how
Hit
it's
and
played.
Run. Well, Hit and Run are known for being just historically hyper aggressive from what I've seen. They have played a little bit slower on this map. I think in the past especially, they were super aggressive. Caster predictions all in strong favor of Hit and Run. So I'm predicting 2 wins for Sicarios.
Both teams opting to ban the 50B leaves us with Hit and Run doubles BZ, double Dravets, double Mivi, and a 140.
And for Sicarios, they have also banned the 50B, so neither teams want to see that. 2 Dravex, 3 MVYs, 5A, that's an interesting pick, and RHM. One thing I noticed, the RHM does have radio. I've seen a lot of people run HP on this map, actually, which can make sense because there's a lot of fights on the 0 line when you're in the RHM. And, you know, HP might actually matter for that. Now, I want to see where this 5A is going. That's a really unique pick. I mean, it's an ancient tank, a legacy tank. Used to get played often in the past in Gold League. And big advantage of it is a lot of DPM and pretty good alpha. It's 490, I believe, so. Opening up, the RHM is going to be taking this strike for free, completely uncontested. And it's just, aside from that, could be a pretty big ridge brawl. The Dravek is crossing to the corner for Sicarios in C1. Makes it pretty healthy, only takes 2 shots for that. And this is just going to be contesting the top ridge for Sicarios. Frantic in the back getting spotted out. Already 2 shots going in. He's going to have to be careful because the RHM is going to have a full plane. So Frantic already knowing, backing off. Just some trades coming out here and there. Plane is coming out onto Frantic, but he's already backed down and going to get safe. That might mean that Mayo will not get a replay.
So far, both teams just kind of trading it out here. Nobody really getting ahead of this. Decha tries to dodge. Will not happen. So good strike hits on 2. Some damage dealt there. Now the BZ returning the favor by taking the strike in the middle. Will they be able to do that? That's a different question. Fnatic just covering from the back lines. And honestly, it's just trading central right now. Everybody taking a little bit of damage, but nobody taking significant amounts so far. T-Sec got to be careful of the drives, but now Click, Stone, and Alex starting to pressure the outside. With Stone and Click, they're trying to make something happen here. I think they also realize that they have the extra gun right now in this part of the map. Adi needs to get involved, however, in the Dravets as Click, Stone, and Alex are indeed starting to aggro up. Monster will be having a strike in just a second, and that one could be impactful if it actually gets to connect on numerous people. Let's see, he put it on towards these 3. Does he hit all 3? He does. That is a big strike. Big damage for Hit and Run, and you can see now Sicario starting to clump up in that northern side of the cap, and that is a crossfire if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, this looks like a tough position for them to be in. I mean, Hit and Run have every angle. The 140 is coming in for Frantic. Monster is going to be boosting in from the rear, and they're all caught into the cap. This is like fish in a barrel right now.
It's like Hannibal and the Punic Wars, or however you say it. It's looking roughly the same. They're surrounded from all angles and they're getting massacred right now. Not a pretty watch.
No, this first one's going to be going to hit and run for sure. And just Mile left alive. I think that it looked like there was an opportunity for them when the 140 wasn't shooting the Sicarios players peeking on the ridge. They almost could have pressured over that ridge and started fighting these heavies. That would have been really the only way out. Especially
ridge fighting would have been the better choice than like going north, okay? But I think they needed to repressure like Ketsai and the other guy at A1 and then peek the ridges at the same time, you know? Use that extra gun.
Yeah, once they saw the 140, they saw both the 140 and the BZ out of the fight for just an RHM. That's kind of the reasoning. Like, you see that and you say, all right, guys, we need to fight this side. There's 2 tanks out.
Yeah, but all going there towards the 2 line, I think, is a mistake. I mean, Milo getting a few nice shots, but the game will end, nonetheless, naturally, by Cap. They kind of backed away from that ridge, right? They allowed Hit and Run to play on the 4 line themselves and start peeking and just put them into crossfire altogether. And it was because of that, it was a really tough game to watch for Sicarios, because at some point they were like, everybody's alive, but they were all going to die. You know that they're going to die, and it's like, well, it's not pretty.
Yeah, in some situations it's intimidating to make a push, but a lot of the time it works out better when you push in, like, out of the crossfire. You know, you're gonna think like, I'm gonna take a lot of damage for doing this, but sometimes it's even better to do that because you only take the damage crossing, but once you get to where you need to go, ends up being better a lot of the situations.
Well, DJ does a lot in his Dravits, 5.1, not bad.
Oh yeah, and also Monster did quite a bit, but we can see hitting that 3-man strike was juicy. A large portion of that damage as well. But for being the one tank that was out of the fight the entire game, he managed to do quite a bit there. And for Sicarios, Mayo, same thing. Being top damage on his team, and he was not in the fight for a lot of that portion. I mean, able to find damage here and there on the 140 and BZ, which was pretty impactful. Alex not having a good game on the other hand.
No, Alex and maybe not getting out too much. And well, round number 1 goes hit and runs. You know, the beginning was competitive, but then towards the second half, Sicarios tries to make a move, but it was the wrong one.
Yeah, and I mean, hit and run's really good on Westfield. I know that just from past experience watching them play and playing against them on Westfield. It's definitely one of the stronger maps. I mean, they're very comfortable playing fast. They want to take trades because individually they're all just such good players. I mean, this is right where they want to be.
Second round, however, phase 1 was 3-0 for hit and run.
Yeah, it was, and Sicarios have been playing better lately, I'll say. Like, they had a surprise, I forgot who that was against, but just like last week, they had a really good performance against one of the top teams. So, it could be possible, but this is also, I mean, it's kind of do or die. I mean, after this, it's going into Himmelsdorf and Cliff, and those are not going to be any easier maps to play.
No, for sure not. So it's going to have to start here for the boys from Sicarios. If they leave Westfield with a 2-0 for hit and run, it will be pretty tough. Both teams going for Mivi and BZ. So Dravets is open and will be picked en masse because of it as well.
Yeah, it was looking like 5 from both teams, but it's changing up a little bit. But we have 5 Dravex from Sicarios and double light tank. And
the double light is interesting, no?
It is pretty interesting. I'm guessing that's going to mean they're going to hold the north side and then try to take offside with just double light. 5 Dravex should be enough to be able to hold that. You can see just Mayo plane. Rishek is holding his plane. That's also going to give a lot of info to hit and run. I mean, when you get planed, you already know that you're up 1 gun in the fight, right? So Sicarios knows they've got a good plane. They can take this radar. They're going to get even just more info. And then they're going to be able to take both strikes. But they also have 2 lights. And if Hit and Run just decides to fight up in this north side, it could be trouble. It could spell disaster for the Sicarios.
Yeah, if Hit and Run decides to pull the trigger, it's going to be very tough with the double light. But of course, Hit and Run doesn't know. Honestly, I think you're mainly assuming that right now there's a tank at A5, no?
Yeah, they probably would be assuming that, like a Fosh bee or something. The tree wouldn't be knocked over, so that could be an indication there's a tree that teams usually knock over. But Reshek is spotted now, so Hit and Run does know there are 2 lights. I think that's the first moment they would have had an indication of that. And Ketsai is going to be comfortable just sitting here trading it out. Milo taking a shot in return, staying unspotted for that. Plane's going down on Fronek. Risha taking 2 in return for that, not getting anything out. And Hit and Run's going to be able to take the info tower here. Monster just picked that up. So all info gained, and it looks like they're rotating to push off these RHMs, but they're not going to be able to push them off very far.
I mean, they're just rotating a little bit, right? Maybe it's enough to pressure them away, but they opted not to push the north. They opted just to indeed pressure away those RHMs. They've done that, but now what?
Well, I think what Hit and Run can do is they can at least stop Sicarios from taking these strikes. That would be the goal, I'd say. But Deca is going to get a little bit pinned down because the RHM can just keep finding angles. Hit and Run doesn't have any planes. The only way they're getting spots on these RHMs is if they make a mistake or if they keep taking this radio tower with Monster here. That's the only way they're going to get spots. Strike is going to be coming off cooldown, though. So this light from Sicarios will potentially be able to pick that up. Probably going to be some blind shots going into that from Deca. Looks like he does hit the blind shot on the Reshek as well, so gets 1 reset.
I mean, this is all just chip damage, right?
Yeah, it's just a stalemate at this point. I think Hit and Run's just maybe opening, just waiting for mistakes to happen, and it looks like they're perfectly content with that. They've gotten 2 shots into Reshek blind. Reshek's going to attempt for this strike a 3rd time. If he gets blinded again, this could put him dangerous points of his HP, where he probably doesn't want to be. He's getting close to taking this strike. That could be good for Sicarios because he does pick it up. That's where a lot of their damage is going to come from these RHMs, is picking these strikes up. But they can only contest one of them. The other one is being held down by Ketsai.
Monster
Coming
going
over.
for it. Franek going for it as well. They're pushing on towards Click. Miku pops his ability. How much does he take on this crossing? Do they hit him from the back lines? No, they're not able to do that. Then Franek and Monster will clean up Click. When we saw Mafia here, they had double tank in this position. Click will get 1, maybe 2 more shots against Monster. I think it's just going to be 1 though. So they're going to lose the first gun here, and the HP doesn't get much better as Hit and Run execute. Not just Click, but Miku on top as well. And Ketsai now getting repushed, but there you have the problem. Right now you have this double light that somehow needs to get in the fight. Milo is still sniping from the K-line, so not really doing much in this one, to be honest. He gets some shot against Deja, but that doesn't really matter anymore at this point, as Hit and Run with a single sweeping motion find such success that the game is literally over for that. And Westfield is a sad affair for Sicarios. I think it's fair to say they are going to be owned on this one. 2-0. Moving into Himmels.
Yeah, it's a good start from Hit and Run, but also, frankly, the expected one. I mean, who would expect nothing less than probably a 2-0 for Hit and Run on Westfield.
I mean, Hit and Run has a little bit of, how to say, after the disappointing match they had last Playday, I think they are now fired up to try and, recover, right? Because they lost against Cashback, right? And the match day before, they had a tough win against Weekend, which was a tiebreaker. So I think for the playoffs, beating Sicarios convincingly is important for them.
Yeah, it is important. I mean, they maybe had one bad day, but even I think Cashback is really the team who's just been underperforming, if anything. I mean, historically, they've always been one of the best teams in the league. And that time, yeah, I think they just kind of performed how they should be playing.
Milo, some in-game damage. Monster hits the HE shell. Will finish him off as well. Boosted by the 140. Gets the kill in the CS63. Good stuff there from Hit and Run. 2-0. Looking now towards the very next one, which is going to be Himmel's.
Yeah, and for anyone asking why, I'm always wondering sometimes when I'm watching, like, why don't they just drive in when the game's over? But a lot of time it's for the time, right? Because if it does go the tiebreaker, a lot of teams don't want the... it's based on the fastest win, so they don't want the fastest win to be in favor of the opponents.
Yeah, of course. You don't want your opponent to have the fastest win, which makes a lot of sense. And because of that, it's always good to delay the time, unless you know that there's no way. You know, like if there was a super quick game, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Looking at the after battle, a lot of damage coming out from these RHMs. I mean, that's the bulk of their damage. The heavy force was just kind of like run over. That cross was... You could expect that was going to happen, especially anytime you put someone in like that A2 or A3 corner up there. I would say like 9 times out of 10, it's going to get pushed.
Yeah, and this is why you saw Mafia have 2 tanks there, right?
Yeah, 2, and then also we've seen, was it Hit and Run who put the Fosh B in A5, so when that does happen, you get a full clip out, and then you can repush with your ability into the pocket, so... Seen a lot of teams deal with it, but putting one tank alone there, it's risky. I mean, they also got backed off. I think they just weren't expecting that recross to happen, and they got backed off from the heavy tanks peeking on top, and just a good recross. Himmelsdorf going into this map next. What are we looking? What are you expecting on this?
I don't know, like, I'm kind of expecting some aggression here in the beginning from either team. I don't think we're going to get a really slow Himmels. I think Hit and Run might try to play for the fast game, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I always know Hit and Run as, from what I see of EU teams, as the most aggressive style team out of all teams in the OLS. I mean, when there is a push to be made, they will always go for it from what I've seen. But they've seemingly been playing a little bit differently. Like, even against Sicarios, I feel like I'm just surprised they aren't more aggressive, and like maybe they just have the confidence in their player skill that they can play slow and just win on individual trades.
See what the bans are. E4 and 50B. So look at that Hit and Run lineup. 4 for to the use, a 140, a Fosh B, and an E100.
Yeah, that is an interesting lineup. And from Sicarios, we have 1 Dravek, 2 Type 5 heavies, CS, and 3 Fosh Bs. One of the Fosh Bs is bringing a rammer. That's very unique. I know it's just a bug in the UI. He does not have a rammer in actuality.
It'd be funny. Maybe he figured out a secret way, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
Didn't need just a small UI bug. Happens.
And when I figure out that way, I'm not telling anyone else how to do it.
Oh. That wasn't very nice of you.
Well, I got to keep it all from me. So the opening, very just default from Sicarios, but if we look at the Hit and Run side, they are going down the train tracks looking like they are a train.
Yeah, with that quad 4 to the U, they're all spotted out now by Stone, and Click and Miku are going to be holding at the end of the railway station, but double Fosh B doesn't hold 4 to the U's, I would say.
It doesn't, unless they surprise them. They don't know these Fosh Bs are here yet, and they're going to hide the entire time, but that might not matter. A lot of damage going to Addy, and he's going to have to back off. Only 1 Fosh B spotted. Okay, now both are spotted, and Panzer Fury might be in a horrible situation here. Both of them peeking out, clipping out into Panzer Fury. Only 2 more shots, and they'll be able to pick up this kill. And there goes Panzer Fury down, the first one in this fight. But both Fosh Bs are on reload now.
And that's indeed the moment where Hit and Run has to do something. The surprise ended up working out, but in return, though, Adi is a one-shot. So I don't know how much the surprise actually worked out. You know, it's like a trade-off. You lose a 4 to the U, but you lose a full HP Type 5 as well. And now Monster starting to peek out against Alex, actually, who pops his ability. Now Milo, Miko, and Click all hiding behind this corner. With the three of them, Franek taking the strike as well. That could hurt, and I think Ketsai now starting to proxy spot them out. I think Hit and Run knows what's happening. And yeah, they got the first kill, but is it worth getting these 3 tanks stuck here? Because once Franek takes that strike, right, it's going to be a lot of damage dealt. The Force Beast could pop the ability, but then you also have the problem. If they use the ability for that, then they cannot use it for the fight, so they'd have to engage. Franek will now put the strike more likely than not on towards this group of tanks. They pop the ability, there's the strike, and now they're having to engage from this corner. Click down towards the one-shot, he will pull around. Monster is going to be healing most of that back as well from the damage he's receiving right now. Him and Deja are the ones that take the most of it, but now Miku with 3 shells left is standing his ground, starting to heal up. A mini strike coming out from the CS63, but Deja coming in as well. Miku is the first one dead. DJ getting run over on the cap, but it all doesn't seem to matter that much if Hit and Run can clean up this northern resistance. DJ does fall. Ketsai gotta be careful. Alex wants to get him in that Fosh B, but Click having a hard engagement in his own Fosh B, having to peek over a rubble pile. Doesn't really work out that well for him, and yes, Franek will die, but Monster's about to go reload. Click, like we said, really hard engagement for him, to be honest, in that Fosh B. Should be going down here momentarily. Getting flanked by Deja, picked up. Now it's 4 on 3. But it's playable. Ketsai, can he dodge the strike? He can! And I think Rishek also missed on top of that in the CS63. So Ketsai survives on 118 HP. A lucky break for him. And Rishek in return gets broken altogether in the CS63. It's Ari and Stone facing off against 4 tanks from Hit and Run. But the problems are tremendous right now. It's going to be match point for Hit and Run. More likely than not after this. Stone might get Deja though. No, Deja survives on 3 HP. Deja gotta be careful with that. But, you know, this is for sure, right? Adi, does he get reload? Nope, he doesn't. Deja picks up the kill. Hit and Run on 3. Sicarios on 0.
Yeah, Hit and Run sitting pretty here. Stone going down. Confirmed 3-0 right now. And that was just overall kind of a rough situation with those Fosh Bs. I mean, you got a nice pick on the beginning, but like you said, they got stuck in that corner, and it was just a matter of time until that strike came down, and their only option is to push out, but that's not great for them either, especially when you have 4 guns from Hit and Run side able to shoot that corner.
Yeah, like, you know, Adi was basically dead in return, right? So I get it, the trap works, right? But at the same time, you know, you lose a lot for that. I mean, you lost Adi and you got 3 tanks stuck on a corner.
Yeah, and T-Sec able to get out 6k a lot in this game. I mean, 430 U's just in general would be pretty nice to play in that situation, having the turret, being able to side scrape with that buff on the upper plate and the engine power, just in general, a pretty comfortable tank to play on a map like this. You don't have to worry about the gun depression either. I think really, you know, the best thing for Sicarios, maybe leave those Fosh Bs where they were and not run, and just force that fight, force them to push up. I don't know if they had the timing on the reload. They might have to just wait. The problem is when they give away space on the north side of that train house, they just can't retake it. So I feel like almost the best thing was just to like hold the corner and then recross another 50 Fosh B on that. Just overall, kind of a tough situation when you have 5 tanks driving at you.
Yeah, well, 1 round more for Hit and Run and will be a 4-0.
Yeah, it would be, and that's, you know, Hit and Run needs that to be absolutely confirmed in the playoffs. Isn't that what we were saying earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if they win, well, even now they got a point. So right now, Hit and Run would be absolutely confirmed, right?
No, I don't think so. Because I think they had 20, Cashback's at 14, so 7 points difference. This would make it 8. So no, 6 points difference. This would make it 7. There's still 8 points to get. So no.
Oh no, you said 6-7.
Oh, unbelievable. Whatever shall I do? So no, like realistically, yes, but fully no. If they win it out, then yes. Then yes. Bans type 5 and 50B.
Yeah, and starting for Sicarios, they're going to have 2 Dravex, E100, IS4, seeing more of that lately. Make that double IS4, actually. This change is still occurring. And a Stinger and an Object 140.
Hit and run, triple for 3U, 57, E5, and double BZ.
I love seeing the E5.
A great thing.
Yeah, it's just not played much. Even with this ability buff, you see a lot of Bibbies. Surprisingly, the E5's not played much, but I think it's just hard to, you have to shoot each tank once, and that's like counterintuitive to competitive play because you want to focus one tank.
Yeah, you don't want to shoot different targets most of the time. So it's a bit counterintuitive, like you said. Stone, Risha committing on towards the middle as well. The second Decha. As if Fury committed around the cap or in the cap in that regard, and it looks like this time around Sicarios wanting to go for the brawl. Monster is waiting for Rishek though. He's going to give him a full clip, or at least 3 shells, I would say. Gets the second one, actually only getting 2 in. So nonetheless, some good damage being dealt. Was waiting in the 57, lingering in a little bit of a trap. Adi now pushing past, but I don't think he's going to be able to do too much. He will find the clip maybe on towards the back of DJ and get repushed in return by Monster, but neither of those will be able to find a kill. And right now, Sicarios is going to be finding the first kill with Milo on towards DJ, and Monster needs help. Ooh, bouncing, tough one as well, on towards Adi. I don't really think it changes much for Monster, nonetheless. He needs a secondary clip on Adi, and it will remain the same. He just needs to hit all 4 of them when it ends up coming out. And now Adi starting to unload a Monster. With the ability, this is the trade-off 57 against 57.
Yeah, but the difference is Monster will be able to finish Adi on his next clip. Assuming he pens all 4, it's going to be an important clip here. And there he goes. First shot, connection. Second. Good. 3rd. 1 more. There we go. And Monster does pick up the kill. That is important because he'll have presence on the 8 line now. Still some brawls going on. Yeah, Mayo's getting pushed off this corner because Hidden have retaken the D-line windows. So we're going to back off, but Alex taking a big volley, trying to push down the 1 line here.
And Ketsai still has a strike in hand. Keep that in mind as well. We can see that Ketsai now pushing on towards Alex. Putting the strike as well, boosting forward. The shot, the strike, the kill, locked in. That is a well-executed play there from Ketsai, utilizing that strike to make sure that the 140 falls on 1-2 line, and now Miko starting to come back in, wants to repush on towards Panzer Fury, gives a shot, Milo over peeking, hits it as well, the strike coming out in return, a good kill also from Sicarios, well executed in return. Ketsai looking for Milo, will not get it, but still hit and run have the positions, I would say, currently in their favor, and Decha is shooting towards the top of the roofs of the drafts, but will find shots at some point. T-Sec, not the greatest of peaks I've ever seen from that man.
No, that was not. I've seen better for sure. But this is just slowly going more and more in Hinderan's favor. I mean, the biggest problem are the positions. Another strike's off cooldown for Ketsai, and this is going to be a juicy strike if Sicarios aren't able to get out of this position. Rishek is crossing in the 100. I think he decided that a play needs to be made, and it was his turn to make it.
Ooh, but that was not the play to be made at that point in time. And Milo, Click, and Miku, rain's coming right now. I mean, the weather forecast says rain, and the rain comes in the form of a double for Ketsai. Yeah, as predicted by our local weatherman, the rain came, the rain poured, and sometimes when it rains, it definitely does pour. And Sicario has to face the law of the strongest as Hit and Run go in today, wiping them clean, 4-0.
Yeah, and Ketsai was just playing AC-130 Simulator, I think, this game. Just 2 strikes in there. I mean, able to push on the 1 line. That was a good push as well, picking up that 430. Just a lot of unnecessary plays, I felt like, from Sicarios. You know, the cross from the U100, the push up the 1 line with the 430.
Yeah, I don't really understand the 140 pushing up 1-2 line, personally.
Yeah, they didn't really have, like, pressure to make any kind of play, it seemed like. If anything, he almost could have rotated away and gone up the 8 line to help against Monster. But Monster putting out a tremendous game, 6k damage, 6k, almost 6.1, and Decha also doing 5.8. Both of them having a phenomenal game there.
Yeah, I mean, for Monster, you know, he has the lead against Adi because Adi shoots DJ, which means Monster gets the shots in first, and then it's a losing engagement for the 57 and the 1-on-1, right? That's the biggest problem there for Adi, you know, because
Yeah.
the mat remains the same, you know, like it's basically 2 clips. Monster on the second one aims every single shell as he shouldn't really bounce at that point anymore, finds the kill and then gets the rest of the game, you know, shots here, shots there, good job to him and Deja. Yeah, I mean, good round from hit and run again, but this one, Sicarios, the 140 push, don't know.
Yeah, I feel like almost for Addy, you know, that damage in the BZ is kind of useless. Like, that position, it doesn't really do much, and the BZ was stuck anyways, DJ's BZ. So, if anything, Addy kind of just needs to win that 1v1 against Monster, but that's not really a 1v1 he can win, because he's going to take damage on the cross, and he's going to be down. So, yeah, the only way was rotating something else or just not making that push. But rest of today, that's going to sum up the 2 first matches of the day. We have W versus Weekend coming up soon. And then OCS Finals, I believe, Collapse versus Yogurt will be later.
That is indeed correct. And a quick update from production saying that the prize pool crossed 50k. Thank you for that, guys, for participating in, well, with the bundles and boosting the prize pool. So big shout out to everybody. I still got to buy my hit and run bundle. Kihan still said he pledges 50 Mafia bundles. So we'll see how that one plays out. But yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, this was for Sicarios a very tough one. But there's another big match coming up after the break. It's going to be Weekend to potentially lock in their spot into the playoffs as well. We'll have to see after some replays.
W just continuing through. I don't think he's making it. That's going to be a lot of BPM. This will be a hard one for Mafia. It's not looking good. He's going to disappear. Pretty bad for Cashback. He's dead. They are doing damage, but they're not stopping this train of W tanks pushing forward. He's a one-shot Itox with one more kill. They can't really do anything. Hit and run seems to be outnumbered. It will be crushed under the heel of W.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once more for the final OLS match of the day. Don't worry, we have OCS after as well. For W and Weekend, together with Keyhand.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, congratulations to the players, first of all, for the prize pool crossing 50k euros. That's quite the number, and congratulations to you, fortunately or unfortunately as well, for getting those predictions today. You're on a roll, it seems.
I'm 2 out of 2, actually.
Yeah.
Leaving you behind in the dust. Not unexpected, to be honest.
Don't worry, it's like in Mario Kart. I'm then gonna go right behind you to like
You need
the advantage of the air and pass you again.
I thought you were gonna say you need boosting, like catch-up mechanics to try and get you back in the race because you don't have the skill to do it by yourself. But
I'm just giving you a false sense of security, you know.
You've been giving a false sense of security for multiple seasons, and
That just means I'm very good at it.
At least something you're very good at in that case.
Okay, bro. Anyway, upcoming match, W versus Weekend. There are some implications for the other teams as well. I mean, W is going to stay first no matter what, because they start today with a 5-point advantage to all other teams. So reigning champions so far doing pretty well. I think 8-match win streak as well. But Weekend, for them, I mean, they were looking pretty secure like a couple play days ago, but now Cashback suddenly starting to breathe down their necks.
Not just Weekend, Mafia as well. It's honestly in the same boat from what I consider, because they have hard matches ahead of them. But yeah, if Weekend lose this match, like we kind of expect them to, right? Then we are looking at in my opinion, a last play day decider. If nothing crazy happens, the last play day between Weekend and Cashback will decide everything then. Or if Mafia continues to slip up, could be Mafia, honestly.
I mean, either would be kind of crazy. Like, not having Mafia or Cashback, which could be considered one of the big four in OLS so far in the playoffs. That would be quite the upset to start off those. But first of all, let's see how today's playday goes. W, I mean, they are confirmed in the playoffs already. I do believe if they get a single point here, they should be confirmed upper bracket as well. So for them, it's just about being stable and just locking in those points early. We're going to start on Sand River. We're going to transition into Himmelsdorf. That is Weekend's pick. They also choose Cliff here, so they're definitely not afraid of facing W that have player skill that is probably off the charts. And then Pilsen, if we get to it, would be the decider. What do you think of the maps, and especially which team chose what?
I think it's could be a very fast match depending on how it's played, to be honest. I don't know. I think it's a good set of maps. Matches the playstyle as well. I was just thinking about something else, right? But Cashback losing a point against Mafia, right? They're now 3 points behind Weekend, yes. But they have a horrible round difference, like -6. Weekend is +5. If Weekend could go to Tiebreaker against W, for example, right? Then it's going to be tough for Cashback.
I mean,
they're not recovering this round difference anymore.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see from the caster predictions, we're not expecting that. And to be honest, as the day has gone so far, I'm pretty happy that I have the same prediction as you. But let's see, maybe I'm going to curse you with that. So either one probably is going to make either of us unhappy. Let's see how it goes. Weekend choosing to ban the STRV. Meanwhile, the Dravets getting taken out by W. That leaves us with a Weekend lineup that looks pretty interesting so far. Double 50B on Sand River. All right, together with with a singular BZ75 and IS7, double MBY, and the 430U.
Double maybe triple K91, 140 and an RHM for W, so they will have the light tank advantage. But on Sand River, the light tank advantage is not always that important.
Yeah, no, I mean, there are those info towers as well. They can be difficult to take because near the spawn you have those basically base positions from normal, like, random battles where you can reset those pretty reliably. The plane, it's only going to see 2 though, so W are not going to have the replane available immediately on Clerf. As now he does find some experience somewhere on the map. I think that was the spot on the tanks in the base, so he's gonna have that plane available now. Ios immediately going for the info tower. That means W immediately playing with full information, whereas Weekend playing kinda blind.
And the double 50B now spotted out as well. Trash Panda and Hellrap, they're looking to push something, and Mentos doesn't look to be in the greatest position in the K91. Klurf also getting caught out in the RHM, taking a lot of damage, minus 1.1. Can they do any more? Trash Panda and Hellrap chasing Klurf. They want to pick him up even. Can they get him though? Trash Panda is starting to unload. He finds a second shot. He needs 2 more. 1 more to finish it off. Sunshine's taking the strike though. Klurf will remain alive. Trash Panda forced to back away down towards 1k HP, and I think Klurf will just about survive this one.
And that's kind of the worst case scenario for Weekend, right? Because the light tank, it has the absolute advantage when it comes to stealth and view range, so it doesn't matter if he's full HP or not, or if he's on a one-shot, like he can still kind of do the same things here. Of course, he needs to play a little bit safer, needs to be careful with the arty strikes, but that's kind of it, as Weekend are going to pick up double artillery strike together with a cap that is like 50% completed. Brainbreaker missing Hellrap here in that 50B, but so far, so good, I would say, for W. They lose a lot of HP on that light tank. That is a lot of late game carry potential gone, but
I wouldn't say that W is in a good position, to be honest. The problem is that these Mivis in the killing are going to get pressured by Clownzik and Evilok, and they already have an HP advantage. They have the middle as well. They have a strike. They have Paradise coming in. I really don't think that W is in a good position at all right now. Like, these double Mivis will back off just on time, I think. They'll take a few shots from Evilok for that. In return, they get a banger back on towards him as well, but they're still not in a great position.
Well, Nepal and Itox are going to stabilize. Of course, with that MBY of Evil arriving there, they cannot rotate further. That would be a lot of damage taken. So as of now, they're going to go into the hold-down trades. Clownzik might be going for another angle here, and that is obviously bad for the MBY with how the armor works. As soon as you have people shooting at you from different angles, like the hold-down doesn't really work that well anymore. So W, they're going to establish the crown with the K91s. That is a lot of DPM that could assist, and obviously Trashbender, having lost so much HP at the start of the game, needs to be kind of careful with that 50B, especially considering that Mentos has a strike, a big one, and there are the small strikes from the triple K91 as well.
I think Weekend wants to push up, though. Ooh, good shot from Itox. On towards Clownzik. Nepal looking as well. Trash Panda starting to take the strike. There's no plane. Paradise now pushing up with the BZ to take the damage. Not that much being dealt right now. Now Evilok taking some as well. Sunshine getting pushed back a little. Nepal getting pushed, and this is a problem. I mean, the damage, yeah, sure. W did damage equal to Weekend right now, but they're going to lose this first gun. They're now starting to repressure the middle from the side of W on towards that I7 and 50B combination of Kano and Hellrap, and Brainbreaker definitely feels the pain. Nepal is dead. Mini strikes coming out as well. Brainbreaker, I was going to say, will be dropped towards a one-shot, but Kano actually doesn't connect that one in return in the I7, and now he's trying to run away even while he knows that Hellrap is going to die. Can he get away with the I7? Will take at least one more shot in return for that. And when we look at it right now, I'd say it's anybody's game still.
Anybody's game, but Itox staying alive here is very crucial. That's going to be a linchpin in the side of Weekend, a continuous thorn, but the IS-7 of Weekend has survived for now. Evil taking one more on the fadeaway, but that BZ-75, I think, is what is keeping W from picking up the IS-7 with the DPM from the K91s. Weekend now reshuffling the tanks, but Trash Panda taking another shot, crucially bringing his 50B down towards 100 HP. That is one shot on Clerf. He can just play freely right now. There are no artillery strikes to pick him up. He does have the vision advantage. Once again, Sunshine being sent his way is going to drive him away, but Ios, good shot into Kano, putting him down to a 2-shot. So W right now nibbling away at the HP advantage that Weekend had.
Paradise looking at Itox. Connects as well. We didn't see it, but Itox down towards 468, so a strike and a half a shot away. Evilok is saying to take the strike. There's a lot of danger for W. There's a lot of tanks that are close to dying or could die, and Brainbreaker is behind enemy lines altogether. This is going to be a very... Ooh, good shot there. Good strike as well. Good coordination from W. The strike, the shot, Brainbreaker to stay alive there now. Paradise, a little bit of a crossfire situation himself. W starting to stabilize this game. This late game scenario, they seem to be doing very well in it.
Yeah, Brainbreaker connecting shot after shot, but he needs to be careful with that last reload from Paradise. Does indeed make it to safety. 670, that is normally not a roll from the BZ75 that does have 650 alpha, but he is, of course, not safe. And his team has a strike as well, but Io's picking up Trash Panda. That was the low HP 50B. Brainbreaker spotting out Paradise once again, and Mentos taking the artillery strike in the K91 of his own. The small baby strike connecting onto Paradise, 1400 HP, and Brainbreaker looking to close the distance. The big strike is going to come in. Ios from the top as well, providing support. The stun against Paradise, but Evil with the save. Brainbreaker goes down.
Yeah, but the problem is Mentos is repushing already, and unless Mentos bounces, which he won't, it will be Paradise dead. And W, they stabilized the game. For a little while, it was looking rather dire, to be honest. Maybe killing Klurf, like if the second 50B went with Trash Panda, Klurf would have been dead in the beginning. That's the first thing.
Sunshine with the bounce as well onto the K91. That means Mentos gets to pick it up. And all of a sudden, W have 5 against only Clowns in that MBY. So yeah, W, I guess you were right. Not the best start for them, but managing to stabilize. And I wonder how much Lucan was able to do in that 140. Still a lot of HP on him. That means in the end game, he should have been very free to do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, W, great middle segment there. End up bringing it back in a scenario that wasn't that great for them, but like later on, the K91s to show their power. You know, Brainbreaker infiltrates behind enemy lines. BZ, not really a great thing for endgame situations, as you could see. W, better endgame tanks.
Yeah, I mean, basically the vision advantage on a such large map as Sand River, and I'm not even necessarily talking about the RHM, but also the K91s. Like, they have really great camo. So yeah, Weekend, I guess, fumbling it a little bit in the second half. And so W, with a great performance from those K91s, are able to bring it back. Klurf locked out of most of the game here, but the rest of the team stepping up there collectively to help him out.
Indeed. So, really, really good stuff, nonetheless. Coming out from W, they did what they needed to do. Really good rounds from the K91s, you know. Mentos and Ios, solid stuff, especially Mentos with those strikes as well, very impactful. Yeah, I mean, we can try it, you know, and they got close.
Well, they'll have a few other opportunities to get some rounds on the board, and if anything, this first round really shows that Weekend have made their way from a team that dropped out of OLS last season in last place, and it looked absolutely terrible, to a team that really the top dogs have to be careful of, because yeah, I mean, W take the round, but realistically, Weekend were not that far away from taking it either.
Yeah, but close doesn't mean anything, you know. At the end of the day, whoever wins, wins, yeah.
Well, phase 1 score, it was a close affair as well. W narrowly edging out the victory there, 3-2 scoreline. Let's see if it gets this close here in phase 2 as well. The stakes a little bit higher. There's one more point to earn in this match. And, well, there are less freebies than in the phase 1 as well. Weekend, they don't want to see that K91 anymore, it seems, banning it out, and W don't want to pick the STRB. That means Jekaffa not represented in the lineup either, so Weekend are going to start with the double Dravets, MBY, CS63, E50M, and double 430U.
In return, Klurf back in his light tank, 430U, double Leopard, Mivi, and double Darts. That's a lot of Leopards.
Yeah, and keep in mind, since the mid-season balance changes, all the strike mediums don't really start with the level 1 ability anymore. You get it after 50 seconds just by, you know, staying alive, or if you perform any action in battle that would basically give you any kind of role skill experience, that kind of nets you the strike as well. But you don't have it at the start. You cannot randomly deny the POIs. You cannot check for broken stuff anymore in the strike mode. So curious choice from W coming out. But then again, the Leopard, the platform is not so great. But I mean, the gun is just a dream.
Double cap started by Weekend. Thresh Panda pushing down the middle. The Leopards are not that great for a quick engagement though.
No, and I think that is the problem for W. If those Leopards get committed in, they get focused and they simply die. This is why W is a little bit hesitant right now. Hellrap trying to take the middle strike, but does get denied. And now we'll have to see if the crossfire from W can actually come in. And most importantly, if they will be able to reset the tanks that are capping. A small strike onto Sunshine is going to secure the first decap. So a little bit of time has been won as Trash Panda has dug too deep, has gone too far. Dravets and Mentos in that 430 are just going to eat away at the Dravets. Yes, the strike does come in, double strike even, but Trash Panda is dead.
Yeah, Trash Panda is going to die, but the trade was good in terms of HP. And now Brainbreaker getting repushed by Sunshine and Kano. There was another attempt there from the Dravets to do one more shot at the end, and now Sunshine starting to peek out. Ooh, misses that one. That's a tough order already. Crossfire coming in as well, yeah, from the Leopard, and I don't think Weekend can do too much on this scenario right now. But they have another tank joining. This time around, it's the E50M of Evilok pushing forward, and Brainbreaker, while he had an opportunity before, he doesn't have one now. He's gonna die. Kano coming in from behind as well will find a shot. The E50M should finish it off. It's going to be Sunshine actually to finish it off. And the style is a Mivi one-on-one. Mentos is now in trouble as well. Paradise is in the north. I think W will try to isolate him with Ios and Klurf. You can see the relocation because of it as well. But the Leopard and the RHM towards that TS-63. He has to be very careful. Another tank down from W. Clownzik in return against Nepal is going to be winning this fight as well. Lukin is too far away. But the Paradise is in trouble.
Paradise indeed in trouble as Ayas with the Leopard 1 is on the hunt here. Does opt out of the ram because he knows he has that RHM in support here. As Ios is going to maybe put an HE. Nope, it's APCR into the back of Paradise. A strike is going to come down onto Ios, but so does it on Paradise. It's going to reveal Paradise possibly to the RHM here, but no, there seem to be houses in the way. Ios takes another strike down towards a one-shot. So is Evil, 95 HP and a dream. The strike comes down, the sound cue. Paradise dodges it, but Ios picks up Evil. So far, so good for either team, to be honest, but Klurf picking up Paradise. Itox falling in return. W, they have the gun advantage, but Nepal, I believe, might be falling against Clowns. Never mind, that one bounces.
Clowns actually ends up bouncing the shot, but Nepal, neither of them used the ability just yet. Clowns is now healing Nepal. Oof, another miss there from the player from Weekend. It's all falling apart for them. And the mid round yet again. Oof, what a disaster. They really had this round in the bag, this one, to be honest. Sunshine gets a shot by Ios. Good stop by Ios. Does he get another one? The strike will not hit. Ooh, Sunshine misses! No way! Sunshine actually ends up missing, so he goes down towards 58 HP because of this. And even now it's still playable. Lukin and Kano are in a 1v1. Sunshine is going to be alive, but Nepal will take the strike. And I don't know how Nepal won his game, his fight in the south, to be honest.
Sometimes you just have to play better, and that is what Nepal did. The Frenchman absolutely stepping up, but it's not even won yet. Lukin trying to screen a little bit for Nepal here as the 430U coming in. And Weekend, they're smartly sending Sunshine up towards the middle of the map, so that would be crossfire on towards Lukin. But he cannot get spotted. That is imperative in this situation here. A bounce coming out from Kano, and once again Lukin putting in a good shot. He's going to relay the information where the opposing 430U is, but Nepal obviously no chance to outspot the opponent here.
And Kano, what does he do? Like, how does he play this? Well, what engagement does he try to take? Does he try to surprise this? Oh, this is nice. This is nice. I like this. He could surprise Lukin here. This is a great peek from Kano, to be honest. A fantastic peek even. He will go down towards 454, but it's not enough to strike, actually. If he hits this one, which he should, good job. That was a nice surprise. And the strike is used, which will mean that Sunshine should be heading over towards the other strike immediately.
And that is exactly what's happening. Good communication in the late game here by the weekend players. And of course, Nepal, for him, it's now do or die. He won an impossible 1v1 already. Maybe he's even going to intuition over towards HE, but he is on a timer with Sunshine taking the artillery strike. Kano just needs to stay alive for a little bit longer. He fades away. And now for Nepal, it is basically an unwinnable situation. The next time he gets spotted, I mean, Kano not sure what he's actually doing right now, but it should not matter. The strike does end up getting used by Sunshine, but Nepal actually dodges it! Oh my god.
The strike missed. Nepal made a good play there as well. Sunshine needs to go to the bushes on the left and try to outplay Nepal. Nepal knows that he might be going for this middle strike. Ooh la 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 la. He does end up taking it for Sunshine. That was dangerous. Yeah, I mean, Kano got spotted out. He should have kind of expected this, and now Nepal... the blind though. So early. So early. Sunshine is listening. He hears the blind. Now the question is, does he know where the blind came from?
Well, he might have some suspicions.
He knows. Look at the way he's running.
But yeah. Sunshine, he even has the chance to go for the info tower now.
It's even higher than the previous situation though.
Yeah.
Strike into information tower into strike is much higher.
I mean, let's see. He does intuition.
Need to see where Nepal is though.
Well, Nepal.
The problem is
realizes,
the problem
yeah.
for Nepal is that he's not going to be able to dodge too much right now. No, it's missed. It's a miss. It's a miss.
My.
Question is, how does Sunshine try to play this out now? He cannot go for that middle strike.
Well, Sunshine driving closer, he probably suspected how Nepal dodged it, but to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Sunshine now driving in, Nepal sees him as well. Both of them see each other, both of them holding the shot for now. It is a 1v1, but normally the MBY should have the advantage on those ridges. Of course, Nepal doesn't want to let the 430 fade away anymore, but he realizes there is the possibility to pick up the middle strike as well.
Yeah, that's the problem right now. Nepal could... Ooh, he's playing the long game. He's going wide. Super wide, actually. And now it's a game of chicken.
I mean, he probably suspects that Sunshine is still in the area, but Sunshine has the advantage of having the much, much better camo. He does drive out. He gets spotted. Nepal doesn't get the shot, though. The dune, it protects Sunshine. And I think Sunshine realized where the MBY was spotting him from.
I think W wins the round, right? If it goes down all the way.
I think that's what Nepal is playing for, honestly. But yeah, it's crazy to see this. I think this is like the closest round that we've had so far. But the fact of the matter is, Weekend should have won already, like long ago. Oh, the tree gets felled. Nepal obviously saw that. Does that prompt him into any kind of action is the question. I mean, Sunshine taking any kind of info tower here, obviously it would be an impossible attempt at doing anything, and I think Sunshine just went around to be able to not crash, because that would end up making him look very, very stupid. He does take the lower route through the dried out riverbed, but I think Nepal already expecting it. Does Nepal have enough gun depression if Sunshine takes the close approach here is the question. Does he have the reactions either? I mean, Nepal, he really reads the situation and he does get the penetration. What a play from the Frenchman.
Nepal lost, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh my god.
Nepal bounced. Nepal bounced, bro. Like
for me
are you little bro?
I was fanboying too hard.
Ask somebody from production to wipe your glasses, bro, because Nepal clearly unbelievable. Nepal bounced. I think he critical hit the side with heat. Because it's a 430U and Sunshine.
I was like already prepared to say it because he was just pre-aimed, and then I saw he got gun depression, and I blinked, and then oh my.
Seriously, I feel like you blinked more than once at that point.
Well, anyway, I mean, we can take the round that they should have taken anyway, but there is so much concern that I have now because at multiple points in time there were weakened players just throwing it.
That's fine. I just need them to win 2 rounds.
Yeah, but like talk about the Mivy one.
Yeah,
Mivy one,
relax. It's good for us. It's good for us. Just be happy. Bounty's probably sitting there slamming his desk already, you know?
I mean, that's a given.
It's gonna be more than the entire time. No, I don't know. Like there was a few like moments there indeed that I mean, Sunshine missing iOS. Kano completely oblivious about the Mivi. I mean,
Also, the 2 missed strikes.
the two miss. The first one is the one that is honestly the harder one because the first one is harder because Nepal does everything right. He goes full speed to kill the 42U. He can stop, he can go left, he can go right. In either case, you know, unless.
But also, what was Kano doing? Like, he was not looking at.
But the second one I think is the one where if Sunshine puts his dead center on Nepal, Nepal dies.
Yeah. Like, he's down in the riverbed. He has nowhere to
He can't
go
turn left.
down
He
to pick up
can't. He
speed.
can't turn left or right. So he can only keep driving or stop.
Yeah. Anyway, Sand River gets split 1-1. We're going to Himmelsdorf. Mental reset, I guess, for both teams. Kind of necessary after this round. Mental reset for myself as well.
You definitely need a reset.
Yep. Okay, so I also watched OLF last night, or I guess this morning for some people. And there was a match in which a Grilla was played from Smacked. They sent it up the hill both times. They ended up losing the first round, but they ended up winning the second. What do you think about Grillas on Himmelsdorf?
Yeah, no. Unless it's like a random monster and I'm driving on the hill and they're all playing 1-2, then it's fantastic.
Well, I guess no Grillas today in OLS. The E4 and the 50B getting banned respectively. So weekend are going to be starting with quadruple Dravets, double T57 and the 430U.
In return, W, suspension a little bit, 60p, I7, Type 5, double CS and double Forge B.
Ooh. So both teams, I guess, going with a very aggressive lineup. Weekend switched it up a little bit, so it's the triple T57 now. That's a lot of pretty quick burst. I mean, of course, double Forge B coming in from W as well, but that 60 TP, it can work, but I'm not the biggest fan of it in this season.
Well, it is what it is. Neither team is taking too much of an advantage in the beginning.
Good shot in towards the IS-7 on Brainbreaker. Itox taking one as well. Immediate, initial damage definitely on the side of Weekend, just because W haven't dealt any. But we have to wait until the CS makes its way on the hill, until the Foshby arrives there as well. But ooh, the Hurricane of Ios, he is driving away. He does get unspotted, but there was a couple seconds where I was a little bit afraid for him. But no further loss of HP. W also not playing with complete information yet. That is why the CS is kind of waiting here for the Foshby to arrive as well. Doesn't really... Oh, another shot into the IS-7. How are they penning those?
I mean, the IS-7 has a few weak spots to still hold down. There's the machine gun port. There's below the gun. The Brainbreaker's looking the wrong way. And there's bottom right of the mantlet. Just outside of the actual mantlet, between the turret and the hull. Definitely spots, I think, that but the bigger problem here is Sunshine.
Oh, Sunshine getting tagged heavily on the cross as well. The Foshby just keeps raining down hell, and Mbal is going to heal a lot of that back. So the initial trades that Weekend had going for them now a little bit nullified by this exchange here on the D line as Trash Panda starts to unload onto Itox. Doesn't get the full clip, however, is going to go on the long reload. So I guess so far is so good for either team. But W with that hill control, they can make some funky things happen. Oh, That's a lot of damage into the Dravets that was driving on the 3 line, and now all of a sudden the double T57 getting sent into the action over the 2 line as well, but they're going to be driving into a Foshby and a Hurricane that could be trying to drive away as well. Weekend currently bleeding. That hill control from W is really costly for them.
I mean, Klurf will heal back a decent amount, but he's on reload right now. The 57s will continue marching down. They will get shot on every single gap, though. They're continuously spotted out. This 60p is looking as well, so it's a lot of damage, and the CS making good peaks there for Miles time and time again, and Klurf peeking out in his Fosh B as well, and I think Evo might just be dead in this one, and W show us some phenomenal crossfire from the hill, from the 8 line, shutting down the angles. Nepal now coming as well on towards 1-2 line. It's, I don't want to say it's over, but I would not say it's looking good.
No, it ain't looking good for Evil as he gets picked up by a concerted effort from like 3 people peeking him. That is the first T57 down, the second one getting striked as well. Bites the dust, 2 unanswered kills coming in from W here. The HP advantage also firmly in their favor, and what can Weekend push upon? It is super heavies in entrenched positions. That is not the best kind of way to turn the game in their favor either. Itox coming around here, focusing the low HP, good stuff from him. A strike coming down from the CS on the hill, Lucan to pick it up, and Weekend, yes, they did get that second Sand River round, but in the first one on Himmelsdorf, W definitely had their number.
It was a good round from W. Really setting up the crossfire, holding down the lanes as well.
Tasty.
Really solid round. Showing some really good crossfire. 1-2 was very hard to push. We'd lose so much damage to push down. Well, it was a really good round. Lucan realizing Dravets is annoying to shoot at, but W will take back the lead 2-1. Could have been 3-0 at this point, but yeah.
I mean, shouldn't be 3-0 realistically. Like, how many opportunities?
You say that.
fumble
You
Sand
say that, but if Nepal actually just hits the shot that he shoot on Sand River, they are 3-0 at this point. If you forget about everything else that happened before.
That's a lot of things to forget about, though.
Sure, but it's only the last moment that really counts, right? In a way. And in the last moment, if you look at the statistical odds, you would say that Nepal has like a 90% chance of killing Sunshine, and whiffed it. I mean, he did great before in that battle, but a whiff is a whiff, Gian.
I mean, he's the reason he was in this position, but then he's also the reason that he didn't convert it. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, W, I mean, the second round was close. The third one, not so much. I think W absolutely nailing Weekend to the cross here and executing really well the crossfire from the hill. It was just too much. Like, those T57s, they are, at the end of the day, still very, very slow tanks. And that push over the 2 line, yeah, they just got punished so hard for it. And you can see between the 2 of them, 2k damage. It's not a lot.
No, those 57s not really paying off. And I think Weekend needs to rethink about how to play this second Himmelsdorf battle.
I mean, it also felt like W had a very good strategy against what Weekend was doing, because normally when the opponent has the hill, you can't really push 1-2 that much anymore. So you need to do something in the 8 line, for example, where the hill cannot properly support with shots. Like, they need to drop down, and of course the CS doesn't really want to do that because it's so squishy. But yeah, I mean, good for W to get back up ahead, and for Weekend, I mean, still, the opportunity is there, and realistically, Weekend in this match, yes, they're playing against W, but who they're really playing against in the long run is probably Cashback.
I mean, Cashback is loving this right now. They're very happy that it's going the way it is, you know?
Well, let's see. I mean, they picked this map. They wanted to play it. Weekend, that is. And so far, it didn't seem that great for them, but maybe that's about to turn around. They were down in the match before. Maybe they can make it even once again.
Well, then we're going to have to think about a different way to do it, though.
Definitely. I mean, they were shut down hard last round, so yeah.
I mean, the last one's a really tough one if you're Weekend. But it does tell you, like, kind of how W wants to potentially play this Himmel so they can adjust for the second one.
What do you think about CS63 ban on Himmelsdorf?
fine.
Well, let's see. First of all, it is not going to be the CS63 ban. Instead, Weekend doesn't want to look or stare down the barrel of a Type 5 Heavy, and W doesn't want to get any surprises by 50Bs. So we are left with a lineup from Weekend that is pretty heavy, but still pretty mobile. On the other hand, BZ75, double Dravets, the Inspire 140, and triple Foch B. That's a lot of firepower.
It is a lot of firepower. W again, double CS, 60p, double BZ, E100, Foch B, playing a little bit more slow, yeah?
Slow and steady sometimes does win the race, as we see the initial deployment once again. The IOS in that CS63 is going to book it down the middle. That's going to be quite a bit of info, but he needs to be careful not to take a lot of damage here. Goes into... Ooh, he sees the triple Foch B and the 140. That indeed is a lot of information, and W are warned to not drive up and against this triple Foch B, but... well, if the Foch B starts driving up against them, that might be a problem, as Trash Panda ability active still, but now in the healing part, now people are starting to shoot him, but that is still 3 Foch Bs that are hammering away at Itox and Nepal.
Yeah, that's the power from the Weekend push now coming in with the Foch Bs. Nepal is dead. Itox is kind of shielded in that pocket. Klurf coming back in with his own Foch B now on towards Evil, ramming as well, keeping him in position. Sunshine trying to keep his teammate alive. I think he's able to do that just about. No, actually, Brainbreaker with T100 comes in and finds the shot. Now Klurf needs to try and survive himself in that Foch B, and this is the problem for the CS63s, Kihan. They might not be able to do enough in the time that they are given to bring this game into a W. As now Hellrap and Klurf. Hellrap kind of missing the opportunity there to block. Klurf will put the chase in immediately, and now Brainbreaker on D100 has a lot of HP, but again, the CS63s are currently full HP, not contributing to the fight, and I think we can realize W wants to play this more passive control style and are exploiting it to the absolute max.
Yeah, indeed, the triple Foch B down the middle was not something that W was calculating with, and we can find absolutely tremendous success here. Brainbreaker gets obliterated in the middle of the map, and now the double CS, yes, they have crossfire, but that's just about everything that they have, as Mentos gets tracked, gets held, gets shot at by 3 different guns, is gonna go down, leaving IOS in an unwinnable 1 versus 5.
Yeah. So we can bring it to 2. That's good for us, Kian. That's good for us. Very good. Now we just need them to lose the rest, right?
Yeah, I mean, 2-2. That means we're left with a best of 3, and as we all know, in a best of 3, anything can happen, and for both of us, it would probably be best if a W clean sweep would happen, because that would complete our prediction.
Exactly. Well, good round from Weekend. Good adjustment as well. W maybe making the mistake of too much of a good thing is still not that great in this regard. The CS has worked for them, but they obviously have a way to be exploited, which is a very quick and aggressive push on towards the rest of the tanks, and it's kind of exactly what happened.
Yep. Just like in the first game, one team just having the number of the other respectively, and you can see, I mean, Mentos and IOS, a lot of strike damage as well, top of the board, which is where they should be, but the problem here was, I guess, those CSs, as you said during the game, they were not given enough time. They just didn't have the time required to put in enough damage to be able to, edge out the victory against Weekend. Instead, I guess Weekend, yeah, they had kind of single-use Foch Bs between Trash Panda and Evil, but it ended up working out. They essentially dropped Evil, but in turn they got 2 to 3 tanks, and that is always a worthwhile trade.
Yeah. So, good round from Weekend. So that gets us to Cliff now, right?
That indeed brings us to Cliff. So I guess the trend of Fast and Furious that we have from Himmelsdorf is probably going to continue. Cliff, not known to be the slowest of maps.
No, for sure not. Very, very quick, and opportunities for both teams on this one, to be honest.
I mean, Cliff, we've said it very, very often. We can say it again. It is kind of a coin flip map at times. Opportunities for both teams, but I think if you're looking at it as a coin flip map, this kind of favors the underdog in a way, because normally the underdog is supposed to win less rounds, but if it's a 50-50 anyway, then all of a sudden the odds are maybe not in your favor, but better than they were before.
Let's see. Maybe we could just be fully wrong altogether, Kian, and Weekend ends up taking it, because so far they're doing really well, you know?
Yeah.
2-2 is a deserved score.
Definitely. I mean, both teams, the rounds that they won, should have been theirs. But that doesn't really matter when the match is done. So let's see how this one goes. The 50B being banned out by Weekend, the CS63 being banned by W. So a lot of those mobile tanks are gone, and that leads us into more of a Season 5-esque kind of lineup. Triple BZ, quadruple BZ, 75 together with a Batchat, an E50M, and a 140.
Return triple BZ, 140, double 43, and an RHM for W. So they will have the information in the beginning to what Weekend wants to do. So, you know, gives them a little bit of time to react upon it as well. Let's see, Close shoots spot 6. He does spot 6.
And that means replane available as well. Not that it would matter that much on Cliff, to be honest. As soon as you spot whatever is coming to the middle, you've kind of done your job. Even if you don't see it, you kind of have info as well. Clerf is going to drive over, and this, the low noise is actually going to keep him unspotted. That's kind of crazy. At this distance here, as Paradise drives in towards the lower, and the double 430U, of course, they know that nothing should be really be able to stop them there. So they are going to take the artillery strike together with Clerf, as the Batchat has gone around the hill from Weekend. Both teams are going to claim a strike apiece, but Kano not the best trades maybe on the hill, but the triple BZ75 is coming up, it's coming over to the donut, they're driving into the double 430U, but that is not enough firepower because behind them is an E50M as well. Sunshine, the first one to boost in, Hellrap coming in as well, and Lukin, he just gets eaten alive.
And so far, really good move here from Weekend, to be honest. In the beginning, they find success onto was Lukin. Mentos is now stuck behind this Cubby as well. Surprised he didn't go all the way up, but now W coming back in with the repush, with these tanks from Weekend stuck on the lower side. They're about 3,000 down, and Ios is going to fall on the other side as well. The strike coming out will hit home on 2. That is good as well. In return, Mentos dropping off, staying alive could be crucial as well. But now Kano repushing back across the open as well, coming back in. And the tanks on the lower side from Weekend, they got to consolidate onto something, because W is starting to bring this back ever so slightly. Nepal, Brainbreaker, all coming back in. They want to focus out Paradise and the 50M, but before that, Brainbreaker goes down. The 140 is now in the fight as well, and Mentos will put up some sort of a crossfire in his 430U, while Evil tries his best to survive in that Batchat 25T, and it's not going to be a 4-2 for W. Kihan. Actually, Weekend is going to put themselves on match point, and if you're cash back, you're currently looking at this not too happy about how things are unfolding in this one.
No, absolutely not. And I think the W here for the first time in the match, the problem was the calls. Like, they saw the triple BZ75 coming over. W had so much information, but they didn't respect the potential that this information represented. So Weekend are going to go onto match point. And yeah, as you said, Cashback, they are going to be watching with a little bit of agony here.
I mean, they will just put their eyes on Mafia instead, I guess. More likely than not. Because if Weekend does win this match, it's I don't even know if it's it's probably still mathematically possible. I'd have to look at the possibilities, but yeah.
Well, the match so far is not over though. Yes, Weekend do go to match point, and that means they also net themselves a first point on the board. But the majority of the points in the match has not been distributed yet. Clerf, he's trying to draw it out for a little bit. He's trying to essentially, give himself or his team the edge in a potential tiebreaker. Now he even wants to get spotted, probably for the opponents to kill him, to draw out the game a little bit longer, those 5 seconds after a tank gets killed. But Weekend are not going to do him the favor, and instead they are going to go to match point. It's 3-2.
Well, the funny thing is, okay, so let's live in the world where Weekend wins this in either tiebreaker or regular, right? They win it in non-tiebreaker, they're at 21, Mafia's at 21. They win it in tiebreaker, they're at 20, Mafia's at 21. Now the problem doesn't really get fixed for either of them because the next play day, it's Mafia versus Weekend. So, yeah, let's...
And I think Cashback versus Weekend
is the last one,
play day,
yes.
right?
So, the problem remains, right? So, even if we can win this, there'll be 7 points ahead of Cashback if they win it without tiebreaker, 6 if they win it with, which is not that great, to be honest, if we think about it. If they then end up losing against Mafia, it will all still be decided on the last play day. If Mafia ends up losing against Weekend, right, then it's still the last play day that decides, because if Cashback then beats Weekend and Mafia loses against Hit and Run, it's Mafia out. So not much gets fixed with the result of this match entirely, nonetheless.
Well, let's see. Regardless of all of this, the points today, of course, have a huge impact on how all of these combinations are going to work out. So I think both teams, and especially Weekend, of course. I mean, W are through anyway, but for them, it's all about the seeding for the playoffs. But yeah, for Weekend, they're going to play their heart out here. Any point they can get now is a point they don't need to get later on.
No, for sure. I completely agree with you. But, you know, it's just that this match, it's important, but it's really the next play day that is the very important one to see who exactly is going to have to see themselves lined up with potential elimination.
Well, currently it's in between 3 different teams. I mean, Sicarios, I don't think there is a realistic opportunity anymore, but everyone else still has an opportunity to make it to playoffs or to drop out as well.
Sicarios cannot do it anymore. They could get max 16 points. Weekend has 17.
Well,
18
let's
after
see.
this match, no matter what.
A very important round coming up. If Weekend wins this, 4 points, having or not having, I think they'd prefer the first one over the latter. Well, both teams agreeing on the ban, first of all. No 50B is going to be played, and that leaves us with Weekend. Pretty old school lineup, to be honest. Quadruple BZ75, double CS, and a 140.
5 BZs for W, a CS, and a 140. What's up?
I'm looking at Clownzig's equipment, but I think that is still the leftover from the Sheridan.
Yeah,
It's
it's
always at the start of the game.
It's still the leftover from the Sheridan.
Yeah. All right.
See,
Yeah,
it's
there we
updated.
go. It switches. Yeah. All right. I mean, the pathing. Oh, Kano, he's driving around. He did that little diversion to not get caught by the plane, but we of course know that neither team has a plane that's being used. As both teams are sending 7 people towards the middle. Chlorif is going to get diverted towards the donut with that singular CS. Meanwhile, the double CS of Weekend is going to drive on the ramp and probably up and over the hill. That leaves us with a map split, I guess, as the double CS doesn't really get a lot of damage, and W know that they cannot really engage against the double CS, at least from the lower side. Some damage starting to fly in. I think W, they're looking for the overpush here, but those CSs, the longer the engagement goes, the worse actually for W.
Well, right now, the double CS is engaging on 2 tanks. A strike coming out from Klurf, hitting on quite a lot. Hellrap is the first one dead right now. W finds the first kill. Can they get a retaliation on Nepal rather quickly? He does seem to be healed up. They need 2 more shots to do it in return. Ios making his way on the hill. That's a correct play there from the 140. Klurf now coming in as well with a CS63. Brainbreaker getting focused out, but they need to get Nepal out of the game. They haven't been able to do that just yet, and every second counts, and in something like this, he's still yet alive, doing more damage. It's a good strike from the CSs. Finally, Evolok finds it. The second kill going Weekend's way as well, but the HP is not looking that good. Now it's Weekend's turn to try and keep the guns alive. Mental's down towards a 2-shot as well, but it's not looking that fantastic. Ios now finding Evolok as well, together with Klur from the back lines. Clownzik goes down as well, and it's still anybody's game, but W is starting to edge themselves ahead in this one because they have the 140 in crossfire on the top of the round. They'll find another kill here in a second on Trash Panda with Ios as well, and I think they've done just enough to bring this one all the way to a tiebreaker today, as Kano and Paradise have an opportunity, but it's a very slim one.
Well, it is a 2 versus 3, the 140.
Ooh, look at
Still a lot
bounce.
of HP. He bounces a shot as well, indeed, and so this means that the 140 can now start coming in and DPM, but Itox hiding behind the wreck of a different tank. Oh, good shot into the CS, good target fire as well, but now Lukin coming in, putting a shot in. Itox, a bounce on towards him as well. The nerves are showing for all the players here. The 140, he's trying to 1v3 it without having the help of his CS brother at the moment, as Paradise coming in from the side, but now it is W looking for blood. They're blowing up Kano in that 140, and indeed the slim chance that Weekend had to win this round, it gets taken, ripped away from them. W, they're going to tiebreaker.
If Kano was somehow to hit everything there, they had a chance, I'd say. If he hit everything, I really think they had a chance. That one bounce on Itox could be important as well, but, you know, it should be W's game either way. So 3-3, going to tiebreaker.
And that is kind of crazy to see that Weekend, that are realistically a team that are poised to go to the playoffs right now, albeit in 4th place possibly. They are managing to take W to tiebreaker, who after the first playday of the season, where they lost, they haven't lost a single match. So normally it should be W on an absolute roll, and thinking back like the past couple of matches that W played, I think they absolutely ran over every single opponent, like 4-0, 4-0, and now Weekend of all teams are the ones to bring it to tiebreaker against W.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it doesn't really change too much. Like the problem will remain, you know, like honestly, whether Weekend loses or wins this match, it doesn't matter that much at this moment in time.
Well, I think either team will still be trying to grab those 2 additional points.
I mean,
It's
it's
still up for grabs. I mean, it is a very cheap 2 points, right? You just have to win one round.
I mean, if Weekend wins this, Weekend picks this out. You know, they can get 20 points, Mafia at 21, Cashback at 14, so would be 6 points apart. If they end up losing it, though, then it's the same story. Because they'd be at 18 and Cashback at 14, but a way better round difference.
Well, let's see. I mean, the teams are obviously going to get a little bit of additional time to prepare for the tiebreaker. Pilsen, it is a map that we have seen a lot this season so far, but it was mostly played by Polish teams, and obviously W, Pan-European, Weekend, Ukrainian. Let's see how this one goes. Maybe a different kind of flavor.
That's theorycraft, though, right? Mafia is playing Weekend on the next match. Mafia is 7 points ahead of Cashback. If Mafia wins in tiebreaker, Weekend would have 19 points. No, it still gets decided. Does it still get decided? No, then it doesn't matter anymore, no? Or it does. I need to do some mathing later.
Math on stream.
Yeah, I know, bro. I know. Just like trying to think about like what happens if it's a tiebreaker between Mafia and Weekend. You know, like if they both somehow get saved because of it.
I mean, first of all, we are going to lock in a victor in this game. Because whatever happens at the end of the round, we will know who won the match. That much is for certain. Anything else? Yeah, we'll probably have to send the analysts onto the scoreboard after.
I mean, anything is possible, right?
And that's the beauty of it. If, like, you wouldn't want to watch a match or a series or whatever else if you already knew the outcome. That would be boring.
I mean, this one's definitely shaping up to be something. The question is also how. I mean, I guess W takes it serious, but we also know that they're locked into the playoffs already. Then the only question remains if they're locked into the upper bracket, which then it's not the case right yet, because they're at 25 with 8 matches, with 8 points to still be distributed, right?
I mean, they have 26 now. They could have 28, but let's see. I think W, if they get,
If they win this in tiebreaker, they're locked.
Yep. So let's see. An important round for either team here. Type 5 and T57 being locked out of the game. And that, of course, leaves the 50B open. Triple 50 by either team, together with a BZ75 and triple 430U from Weekend.
In return, Triple B as well for W. A BZ, an E50M, a 43, and a Fush B. Looking like a big 1-2 clash here in the beginning.
To be honest, I think even though there are different tanks on each lineup, the idea behind the lineup is kind of the same by either team. That also is, of course, indicated by the opening here. But now, first of all, the 430Us are going to be meeting the 50Bs. And yes, the initial exchange goes well for the 430Us. But after that, the 50Bs start clipping. Clownzik just absolutely obliterated.
Yeah, and Evil wanted to shield there, but hit his teammate in the back. And Trash Panda is just kind of going for it at this point. In no man's land with his 430U getting chased by Nepal as well. Needs to back away. That's a big strike. That's going to do a lot of damage. Very good even. Trash Panda making a good play. Disengaging altogether as well. Mental's not down towards the one shot. Kano is facing off against Klurf and he needs a shot. But who is going to give that shot is the question. Right now with the 50B, that Fush B has too much HP to engage Hellrap, finding Nepal in the return though. Paradise coming back in as well, leading the charge on his own 50B. Brainbreaker trying to get away, but he will not be making it out. Paradise shuts him down, and now Itok's getting rocked and rolled by the entirety of Weekend. Evil this time blocking the right person, one from the enemy team. Not going to get a 3-day suspension for that one. And it's going to be Weekend nonetheless to look at possibly winning this tiebreaker right now, as Lukin still has something to say about it, but I don't know how much vocabulary he has left, as there's a 50B behind him. The strike comes in, finds a kill, but it's, you know, Klurf and Ios versus 3, and Ios, yeah, that's one of the Weekend players that died there, and it's all over at this point. W, they got the initial, but then afterwards, Weekend with that 430Us coming back in, showing just the power of the DPM, closing it out 4-3. It's going to be Weekend, ruining everybody's predictions and getting 3 points on the board. So they are at 20 points now.
Yeah, and Cashback probably biting in the desk. I mean, production getting a little bit over eager just to 4-3, not 5-3. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter. It actually didn't matter that Weekend won this entire tiebreaker key hand, because this I can say with certainty that I was right about. Cashback had 14, Weekend had 18 guaranteed, right? At that point. So whether they lost the tiebreaker or not, yes, but it's so much. It's like Cashback's at -6 and Weekend is at +5, right? So they would max
like 2 matches.
Yeah, they would maximum lose 1, right? Or because tiebreaker, so they would be at either +6 or +4, right? Now they're at +4 instead. It's not possible for Cashback to do it in 1 match. So it was always 2 matches once it went to a tiebreaker. Does that make sense? Like, it was always 2 matches.
Yep. And well, I mean, W, I think for them, losing in tiebreaker here, it's of course not the end of the world. It's not even a tragedy, but it serves as a reminder that they cannot slip up.
It's 26 points for W. 5 points ahead of Mafia, right? So this next match of Mafia will decide a lot, to be honest. If they don't win it, it's goodbye upper bracket for Mafia. And it's hit and run basically on W, depending on the results there, because the hit and run plays against W in the next match. So the next match is hit and run versus W, Cashback versus Sicarios, and Mafia versus Weekend. So one of the top 2 will lock themselves into the playoff guaranteed, and between Mafia and Weekend we'll pretty much know which ones are still in danger of potentially losing out against Cashback.
Yeah, I mean, Cashback, for them it's just about winning, and then on the last playday, winning against Weekend as well. And maybe hope that Mafia wins against
The only thing
Weekend.
that is not right, I think, is Weekend's round difference, but that's it.
I mean, could be.
They were +5 before this match, unless I'm mistaken.
Now they should be at +6 then.
Oh yeah, no, that's right, because they won. Yeah, you're right. I cannot do math. No!
They said on stream, not even.
Nah. Just I thought W won. You know, like you thought Nepal won that game. But you know, it's like Mafia and Weekend are not safe. Let's put it that way. Neither of them are safe. If Mafia lose versus Weekend and they lose versus hit and run, Cashback wins both their matches. Cashback and Weekend go through. If Weekend lose against Mafia and lose against Cashback, Cashback goes through. It also depends a little bit on how Cashback wins. You know, because if Cashback wins 2 tiebreakers. Or like, no, it doesn't, because they would play Weekend. There's still a few possibilities, but like those are the simplest one. Mafia
Let's
and
keep it at
Cashback, Mafia and Weekend are not safe. That's the result.
Let's keep it at that. There's still a lot of decisions that are currently pending. I think the only things that we know at the moment are that W is confirmed upper bracket, Sicarios is confirmed out, and everything else still up to chance. But there is one more definite decision that we are going to make today, and that's going to be in the following match. It's not going to be in OLS, but instead in OCS, kind of the second European league. It's going to be between, I think, the two best teams of this season, and the winner is directly invited to OLS Season 7 between Yogurt and Collapse. But for now, that's enough yapping from the two of us. We'll be right back after some replays.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the last and final match of the day. It's not going to be OLS, instead it's going to be OCS, which is the second European division, you could say. And a long story short, both of those teams have played a lot of qualifiers, a lot of matches this season to arrive here at this final match of the playoffs, because Collapse was the first in the regular season. They started immediately in the grand finals. Meanwhile, Yogurt had to make their way through some tough competition, winning 5-2 against Rhythm and only winning in tiebreaker against Beton, and that match was actually a nail-biter. Beton going up 3-0 to lose 4-5 still, and so Yogurt, they have had 2 OLS seasons already. They are going to fight for a third against Collapse that have looked very good. Both of those teams are Ukrainian, and whereas in OLS not a lot of decisions were reached today, here we definitely have one upcoming. The winner of this one goes to OLS Season 7.
And that's a pretty big prize to win. Probably more worth it than maybe even the money for a lot of them. There's a bigger kitty to be earned in the OLS, so I'm sure both teams are eyeing that prize if they, well, like I said, if they're able to take first place here. That's the goal.
Well, both teams mostly Ukrainian, but in Yogurt there's actually a couple legionnaires, namely Flappy, for example, Latvia represent. But first of all, let's take a look into the pick ban for this grand old best of 9. Cliff and Runeberg being banned out. Both of those teams have played each other in the qualifiers already, and there you cannot pick and ban maps. So basically there they had to play on like whatever map was given, but here they were able to ban out what they didn't like. Collapse seemingly liking Ghost Town a lot, and I think every single time they met they 2-0'd Yogurt on it. Yogurt instead responding with the Ensk pick, and then Sand River, Himmelsdorf, I guess, into Pilsen for this one. But yeah, most importantly, both of those teams, they have met in the OCS qualifier finals, I believe, and the victories have actually gone either way. I think Yogurt won in number 2, and I think Collapse won in number 5 when they were facing each other, so it's not super clear-cut, but we're directly going to jump into the match. The Dravets getting banned by Collapse, Yogurt choosing to ban the EBR, and that leaves for Collapse a Type 5 double bat chat, actually singular one, double E50M, a Hurricane, and double light tank, RHM and T100.
For Yogurt, we are going to have an IS-7, E50M, K91, Leo, T110E4, and double light tank as well. So I think they're kind of choosing a bunch of different tanks to get a lot of bonus on this IS-7 or something like that. It should be like 5 bonus on that, but both teams double lighting, and they're both T100, one of them with Binox.
Yeah, we're seeing that. Elysium and immediate divergence here on both teams. The RHM on Collapse using the plane, meanwhile the T100 on Yogurt using it. Both of them not really hitting a lot of enemy tanks. That means no replane available on that one. But as we know, both teams have double light tanks, so there should be one available still. And they don't know that, of course. But if there is any map on which you can play double light, besides Westfield maybe, it's Ghost Town.
Yeah, and starting off, we're going to be getting a strike picked up from Collapse. That's a pretty important strike to get, I'd say. This is highly contested, but in return, the Hurricane's kind of stuck here. He's not going to be able to run. Both T100s have seen this set up. They've activated their Binox, and they're probably not going to move much from these positions.
Agent trying to drive out, and I think he's going to make it. There's a bush line actually preventing the spots onto the Hurricane, so he does end up getting out. The Rachmedic in that IS-7, unaware of what's happening.
Yeah, that's very important to get out, because otherwise...
Flame Song!
Yeah, a lot of damage going in the Flame Song for leaving there. Actually getting spotted and getting even more punish. That's pretty bad. Especially being the Batchat, that's one of their DPM tanks in this fight. That could be really important for later on in this game.
Well, I mean, Flamesong playing a pretty important role on Collapse, and of course, if there is a tank on which you don't want to take damage, it definitely is that Batchat, together, I guess, with the light tanks. But He does make it out alive, 1500 HP. That is still okay to work with, I guess. You can still get a pretty good first clip if you drive on towards the tank. But now looking in that Type 5 Heavy is driving forward on the outside, on the western part of the city of Ghost Town, as his team is starting to push on the 1, 2, and 3 line. And I think Flappy in the E50M realizing where there's one opponent, there must be more. So he's going to relocate quite smartly. So he doesn't quite make it to the A line, though. Oh, Rahmedic, that's also quite a bit of damage. Elysium getting spotted out, probably by a plane, but the T100, such a low profile, it's able to stay safe.
Yeah, he's comfortable being there, doesn't have to run, isn't able to really get shot, and Quick did try taking the radar tower, actually. Took one shot in return for trying that. It was a risky play, but didn't even manage to take it, but only one in return. Ramadig did pick up the strike over there, so I'd say Collapse is a little bit in a better position here because they're able to take bow strikes. Quick is moving up a lot down the this bush line in the 9 line here, so that's a lot of info gained as well.
Well, Elysium relocating in the T100 of his own. He's going to take the fairly obvious bush in JK8, actually. Needs to be very careful with not getting blinded there. Rahmedic for now is going to take the artillery strike. That is the second one for Yogurt as well. But Collapse, they have other plans. They're starting to advance in the western part of the map, and Rahmedic keeps getting spotted, so he's going to relay the info to his own team that, hey, somewhere here there still is going to be the presence of Collapse. How much of it, I don't know, but definitely I'm getting spotted for this. And notably right now, not a single one of the 4 light tanks on the field have a plane available. Finally, one comes online for Tron, who immediately gets some damage as well, so level 2 plane available.
Yeah, it's great, and he's the only one out of the 4 light tanks that have a plane at the moment. And honestly, I think Collapse is sitting pretty. They can just keep collecting strikes. Look at what they have now. They have 3 strikes. They're
reset.
Yeah, a reset does come in. Flamesong going down even lower. The only one who's taken damage so far in Collapse.
But there is no more strikes available, save for the small artillery strike on Binon Type and Liquor, respectively. But obviously, those can be dodged by Flamesong. Good shot into Liquor. Good second one, follow-up as well. So finally, some damage coming into the Yogurt players that are camping there. A single strike coming in. There are 2 more available. That is the nuclear arsenal being put on that Leopard 1. Gets spotted as well by the plane. More strikes might get used. Let's see how it goes. And Flamesong to shut it down. Yogurt, they lose a gun early.
And that was the linchpin because that opens up some potential play on this E50M, I think, on the 1 line. I mean, Collapse does know at this point, most likely, that Yogurt has 2 lights as well. They should know that. The Flappy might be pushable here. It looks like the forces are grouping from Collapse side. They are posturing to push out Flappy here.
Well, Flappy, he does see the CS, puts in a good shot, but Flamesong from the top in that bat shot as well, is able to lay down the law as Agent takes another one on the cross. But now the problem for Flappy is that he is going to find himself in a crossfire, and that is not where you want to be. The E50M, you have a little bit of turret armor to work with, but only frontally, and this means that Flappy is now slowly but surely going to get whittled down. And Collapse, they're not done with that. They keep advancing on the western part of Ghost Town.
Yeah, there smells some blood in the water here. Able to push through. The E50M is going to be fighting here on Flappy. Flappy is just a matter of time. The days are numbered. 500 health left. Just one more shot coming in from the CS. Should be able to pick this up.
And indeed, Agent does shut it down. That's 2 guns removed from the game for Collapse, and now the problems become obvious for Yogurt with those double light tanks. They simply don't have the firepower to bring it back against the likes of Looking, that still is very healthy in that Type 5 heavy tank. Yes, he takes a big one by the E4, but now even Elysium in that T100 LT, promoted to combat tank, I guess, is starting to do some damage as well.
Yeah, and they're just being squeezed like a lemon. At this point, it's just going to be a slow, death by 1,000 cuts, I'd say. They're up 2,000 health, but more importantly, up 2 guns. And at any point, Collapse can just fall back and start collecting strikes again. I mean, this side of the map is a little bit favored because they have both strikes. And if you're able to take that for free, that's just damage you'll consistently get. A plane is being dropped on Rock here, but I don't think anyone's able to get a shot. Actually, some damage does come out. That's good, because that gets a replay now for the RHM of Yogurt side. Yogurt did pick up a strike in return as well. But if we watch K-Line, Collapse is making a pretty big play here. They're taking 3 tanks to take this K-Line out. That means the next tank that gets lit is going to get bombed by 2 strikes.
Well, let's see. Quick is venturing dangerously close against the enemy team here with that T100. Does find Elysium, and now he realizes, nope, there's a bad shot. There's a T100 as well. Takes a lot of damage. Yes, he gets a little bit of spot out, but Drachmedic falling to the strike. Tron peeking with that RHM as well. Quick down towards the 2-shot, and all of a sudden the tanks that could be covering him are not really there anymore. Unfortunate by hell to only track the T100 as well. But yeah, Collapse, they are playing it slow, they're playing it methodical. Tron is just going to suffocate the T100 in that position. Elysium to pick it up, and Collapse have lost the first gun now, but little is it going to matter. They are double capping.
And there are no resets that are going to be able to come out. They do not have a strike either. I guess they have the K91 strike, but either way, it wouldn't do much. It would just prolong the suffering at that point. And the base is captured by Collapse, first one in their favor, and that looked like a strong game all around for Collapse.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so methodical, right? And so mature as well with the positioning, the individual plays on the east by the light tanks as well, like recognizing as soon as they were starting to make the play in the west, hey, we have to draw back a little bit. We shouldn't be caught out here. And I think after the first kill, that immediately translated into the second one for the E50M as well. There was just no way for Yogurt to get back into the game if Collapse didn't slip up, which, well, they didn't.
No, and after the E50M had to fall back on the 1 line as well, it just gets stuck. I saw Flappy got stuck, and it's just kind of a crappy situation to be in. Hellmind able to put out a lot of damage still. 6.6k, that is a lot. Especially with that one bounce at the end, an unfortunate one on the T100. Could have broken 7k. That would have been quite a number to hit in that game. But as we can see, the Leo was not able to do anything, Love, in this game. And overall, just a good performance. Look at the strike damage from Collapse. I mean, there's just so much damage in strike compared to Yogurt.
And across so many people as well, right? Flamesong, the 334, it's not more because, well, LaVey didn't have more HP at the point when he striked him, right? So, yeah, Collapse opening up the match here with a pretty good first game, but of course we have to keep in mind this is the first map they picked. This is the one where they probably thought they had the most chances of getting a 2-0, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be actually the score after this this first map here. I think for Yogurt, a 1-1 already would be a great success.
Yeah, it would be. And they might, you know, have to change up their playstyle. I don't know if it could have just been with their opening that it wasn't great, but Collapse just looked really strong and confident playing the outside and just playing this slow, methodical game. You know, sometimes when you're the opposing team and the first game happens like that, which it looked fairly close just by the HP, but it was not by the map control that Collapse had. Sometimes it makes you want to change up your playstyle. And we see teams do that. And one game they can lose pretty badly. The next one, they might just fully change their style and maybe give themselves a chance.
Well, let's see. I mean, if anything, what this first game showed us as well is that neither team is too afraid of picking that double light tank, because some teams actually do struggle with having competent light players available. But both of them going double light last time indicates that they are comfortable with it. Bans this time around, Dravets and T57, and this means that EBR, out of all things, is left open. Collapse are going to be playing with a 60 TP, a bad shot, a CS, W50M, EBR, and an RHM.
Yogurt has 1 BZ75, 2 E50Ms, an Object 140, and 3 Object 430Us. Now, not banning the EBR is almost a trap card because look at Yogurt's lineup. They are going to be playing aggressively. And having an EBR against you when you're playing aggressively isn't that bad, actually.
No, and I think this is kind of the problem with picking more than one light tank, because in my opinion, you always want to have one more light tank than the enemy, but 2 more is too much, because you're giving up so much firepower with that. Flamesong on the west here is going to spot all of those tanks by Yogurt that are driving towards the cap. So we are going to see a fast cap strategy.
No, they're not stopping.
With that 60 TP, might actually be in some trouble here as the tanks just continue. I don't know how he's bouncing so many shots, but finally his luck seems to have run out. He takes some shots to the back, but Yogurt, they seem to not be done here. They just continue elsewhere.
Big strike coming out as well. That's 4 that got hit there. And they're still looking for picks here. They can't go too far. They can pick up these two, but you don't want to get caught out there with the light tanks outside. Some damage going into Tron. They need to get this pick up fast. And Owl as well is trying to run away. Tron still managing to stay alive. Down to a one-shot. Quick going to pick this up. Does pen. Owl is also getting stuck, so Hell's just driving in, looking for the damage there. And Flappy in return is going to be picked up from this bat shot as well, I think.
Yeah, but the CS is going to be the first one to bite the dust. Hell in that 430 Amarak, but Flappy, is he going to get one more shot into the bat chat? It doesn't look like it. He does get picked up as well, and Collapse, they're scrambling back in with the fighting tanks that they have. The EBR kind of useless at this point in time as Relyon realizes that 60 TP is a threat, but it is a juicy threat to engage upon. He takes another shot of damage, but he should have the DPM to put in a couple more shots against the 60 TP. You need to hit the low plate, as he does, but he isn't going to get another one, probably, as Looking is reloaded now. Another shot goes into the 60 TP, but he shuts down the 430U, leaving Yogurt with 5 tanks, Collapse with 4, but they do have the EBR.
Yeah, and they made the 60p a one-shot, which is really important for them. Rock is full HP coming in, but that's going to be 3 tanks from Yogurt pushing this, and that's just giving them an opening into this. Ramadik is going to be pushing forward. The 60TP has shot. They need to go forward and pick up the 60TP before he can load another.
And indeed, Rachmedik does continue, and they're not even going for the 60 TP because from the backlines, Benotype is coming in, and now Rocky finds himself in the midst of a lot of tanks. Yes, Quick falling with the 430U, but all of a sudden Collapse. Only 2 tanks left standing. The Batchat, his positions, his whereabouts are known as he does hit Hell one more time, but a 2v4 is not something you usually win in OCS, especially if no one is one-strikeable.
And this is the problem that you brought up earlier. I mean, they have a light tank, full health at the end of the game, but that's not going to really help them in this situation. I mean, especially when you're fighting E50Ms, 430Us, BZ, those are not fun tanks to fight in an EBR.
Well, I mean, he's playing it as well as he can, but of course, Bino, the only thing he wants to do right now is delay the EBR, and the EBR has very, very limited DPM. He cannot really eat up the E50M quickly enough, and so Agent needs to make a move in that bat chat. He is not going to make it. Instead, he gets shut down before he's able to get a reset, and Yogurt equalized the scoreline. And as I said before, I think they should be pretty happy if they get the 1-1 on the map pick of Collapse.
Yeah, that's an important map to get a 1-1, absolutely. And also, they did change up their playstyle. You know, the first one, they lost when they played slow and methodical against Collapse. And they said, guys, let's just try pushing them. And that time, it worked out pretty well.
And I think as well, the mind game to leave open the EBR for Collapse to pick into it, and then say, they're likely to pick double light tank. Let's just pick 7 fighting tanks and just rush.
There was definitely a little bit of mind game in that. Especially, they played, Collapse played double light tank the game before. So, yeah, the second you see an EBR open, that tank gets banned probably like, just a spitball number here, but probably like 90% of the time. So the second it gets opened, it probably will get picked.
But wow, look at the strike damage coming out from Owl, 2,600. That's almost an entire tank. Probably the initial strike there that landed on like 5 tanks together with some CS strikes as well. But it didn't help. It was just the concerted effort of the Yogurt that were swarming over the tanks from Collapse like a swarm of hungry sharks, I guess, coming in with all those funny button mediums. And really, I think it was kind of the perfect counter, because even if you have to drive like to the east onto the outside on the field, if you have so many DPM mediums, then if you have a couple light tanks shooting at you, so what? So I think Yogurt, with a very good adjustment, they reward themselves with a point here, and now it's up to Collapse to kind of get the 1-1, because Yogurt probably didn't pick Ensk for nothing.
Yeah, I will say the funny part about 2 Ukrainian teams playing is they probably have the exact same pick and bans that they want, because like all these maps I'm seeing are like historically Ukrainian like maps, like the maps that Ukrainians are good on, like Ensk, for example. Well known that they're amazing on Ensk. Additionally, like Himmelsdorf, which is going to what we're going to see later. Also well known as like Ukrainian map, so they're probably both pretty comfortable with the map picks and bans that they have. Ghost Town was the only one I would maybe be a little iffy on, because I would have thought Collapse would be stronger on that map. But the rest, I think they're probably both really happy with their picks and bans.
And I think the beauty of this season, kind of with the not only map picks and bans, but also tank picks and bans, is that basically you can shape a map, kind of, in the way that you can, for example, on Ensk especially, you can take out Type 5s, you can take out E4s, you can take out Fosh Bs, and it's all completely going to change how the map will be played. You can take out T57s, you can take out Bliskas. There's a lot of available bans, especially on Ensk, that just change the map completely. I mean, the map itself stays the same, but the playstyle does.
And the other thing is it kind of helps you read into just give a small window into what the other team might be planning. Because if you see, for example, E4's banned, you might have an idea that Type 5s are going to get picked.
Well, both teams agreeing on the ban, and that is going to be the E4. That in turn is also leads us to the interesting situation that sometimes happens, that both teams are going to be able to play exactly what they wanted, because they obviously knew what they were going to ban. And for Collapse, that's going to be a singular 50B, a Dravets, double Type 5, double Fosh B, and an E3. They're playing from north, and there is some pretty nasty North Ensk positions for that E3.
Absolutely. And Yogurt is bringing in a BZ75, Dravets, 2 Type 5 heavies, and 3 Fosh Bs. 3 Fosh Bs is quite a bit to play. Also, reiterating on what you said about the E3, I mean, E3 historically has been a very iconic tank on Ensk, especially in 15 vs 15. The spot we're seeing Rockby playing now has been a very iconic spot played by the E3s, because there's a strong hold down. We don't see it picked very often in Onslaught. I think it's just kind of like uncomfortable to play without having a turret on this map. But either way, the opening, Yogurt is being able to take this strike for free on the 8 line. They also have info by the BZ pushing down to pick up that strike from the beginning. So they know that there's not many tanks on the eastern side of this map. Additionally, they're going to be able to collect the radar with the Dravets. So once that gets picked up, all 7 tanks from Collapse will be spotted, as they are right now. So Yogurt has full info, and Collapse does not. They don't know that there's 350Bs waiting for them, almost setting up like a trap of some sort down here.
Well, let's see. I think the problem that Yogurt has right now is that their tanks are kind of a little bit split, like over the green and over the city as well, like the triple Fosh B. It's kind of nasty to engage initially, but if you have enough tanks, you can overrun them. But of course, Collapse do not know of this possibility, as Agent is coming in with that Type 5. He's going to spot out Hell in the Fosh B. He will try to reset him. The ability gets activated in time, but all of a sudden Bino springs into action as well. Agent, he is going to bleed for this engagement. Hell immediately, long reload activated, and I think Collapse, they realize that they need to do something, because the engagements that they're getting currently are not it.
Yeah, Yogurt also realizes they need to do something. As we can see, they're rotating a BZ and the Dravets to go to the city. So that will be 5 tanks in the city, but in return, Collapse is leaving the city, it looks like. Not much trading going on at the moment, but a lot of rotations. Both teams kind of looking like they are going to mostly be fighting for the city. But one big advantage of Yogurt, they have 2 strikes right now, and they're going to be able to pick up another strike in a few seconds on the eastern portion of this map.
And the other important thing is that the Fosh Bs of Yogurt, they were able to deal some damage on towards Agent, and they have now fully reloaded. So the disadvantage that the Fosh B has as a tank kind of getting mitigated. You have a long reload, but if you get to do it, then, well, you have the 6 shots available again. And Flappy is going to pick up the next strike here for the team of Yogurt. Tron, that's a move and a half, though, on the green without Fosh B, but of course, he doesn't have the clip potential to take out the entirety of a Type 5 with a singular Fosh B clip, as Looking trades into Rely, but takes 3 for only a single one. Rely immediately going for the full reload again, and the problem for Collapse right now in the city is that they're just not getting the close-range engagements against the Fosh Bs. They're taking like 3-4 shots every time, and then the Fosh Bs reload, and it's rinse, repeat.
That damage adds up. I mean, look how low they are. At this point, Yogurt can make a repush, which looks exactly like what they're going to do. Looking is down to 2 HP, so one more shot and he will be picked up. There he goes down. Elysium is going to be also going down here. And now Yogurt's up 2 guns and going to be able to continue this push through the city.
Yeah, I mean, Rocky in that E3, it's obviously the perfect tank to deal with the Type 5s, but those just have so much HP that at this point they can ignore him, and Flamesong just getting eaten alive by those Foch Bees. They've been let off the leash. They're just running rampant in that city, and Collapse, well, they had a pretty good first round of Ghost Town, but after that, Yogurt's starting to absolutely strike back.
Yeah, confidently as well. They played a little greedy, which is a good thing, I'd say, on this map, taking both strikes. Owl does get a pickup on Ramadic, so that is a good shot. But his time is also not going to be going on too much left here. Foch Bees do pick up another kill on the 1 line, and Collapse with 1 tank left, the E3.
Yeah, and that E3, I mean, Hold Down, it is a pretty good tank, especially from North Ensk, but you're playing against 6 tanks that can drive around you, and 3 of those are fully loaded Foch Bees, then the E3, well, that's kind of what happens, right? So Yogurt, losing the first round, managing to turn it around, 2-1 for them.
Yeah, and I think that was picture perfect how they played that. Took both strikes, they were able to just wait for the engagements, actually managed to pick up a 3rd strike, and once you have 3 strikes, you don't have much pressure to do it much in the game. You can just kind of wait for the other team to get spotted, and wait for the other team to try and make a play.
Yeah, I think the engagements that happened in the city, that all happened basically off of the fact that Yogurt were able to get an info tower and Collapse didn't. They were just favoring them so much. As soon as the Foch Bees are able to do like the first half of a clip or 2/3 of a clip, and they can fully reload, that's when you know as an opposing team you're kind of fighting an uphill battle. And here we see, I mean, Yogurt only losing a single tank, and that is Rachmedik, the team captain himself, throwing himself in towards that E3 just so the other tanks can deal even more damage. And yeah, you see those Foch Bees, Hellmind rely on 11,000 damage between the 2 of them.
Yeah, Foch Bees, I will say, are incredibly annoying to play against. I don't know how many you've run into in your Onslaught pub games, but many times I've been clipped for 2.4k damage and felt pretty frustrated seeing my damage just completely absorbed by them.
Yeah, that's also the thing, right? As soon as the Foch B deals like the first 2 or 3 shots of damage, as soon as he gets to the level 3 ability, it doesn't matter if you shoot him, he's gonna heal like, I don't know, 70% plus 75 of that damage back. So essentially what remains of the damage you dealt, almost nothing. And then he gets the second ability as well if he times it. So yeah, I think Foch B, playing it is very skill dependent, like popping the ability at the correct time. But as soon as you're able to do that, you're getting rewarded with a tank that can just sponge up the enemy damage like none other, basically.
Yeah, and it's just such a powerful tank to play. I've seen a lot of teams counter them with T57s, because the only way you can kill the Foch and make its ability worthless is by killing it within the 8 seconds that it's healing.
Yeah, and I mean, T57 ability, and then all of a sudden the Foch B kind of gets nailed, but then also the T57s kind of need to hit all their shots. So, yeah, especially on Ensk with all those tight corners, the Foch is a very potent tank to pick, but then again, there are tank bans, so let's see if maybe Collapse is going to adjust. They are now going to play from the south, and they don't want to see that E3. We talked about it. That position on the 6-7 line, it is very, very good playing an E3 in it, but Yogurt are not going to be able to do that. Instead, Collapse are going to be picking 50B IS4, 140 double Foch B, and double E4.
And for Yogurt, they are banning the Type 5, bringing double BZ75s, T57, Object 140, and 3 Foch Bs. So pretty similar lineup, I'd say, for the most part, especially the 3 Foch Bs. And Collapse bringing 2 of their own. I was kind of curious if they would ban the Foch. I don't know why they're so worried about the E3 enough to ban it. I haven't really even seen that tank played very often on Ends.
So I was speaking with a couple players, and they were saying like that E3, it really works wonders against certain playstyles. First of all, though, Tron making an ambitious move there, first scouting, but he does get away unpunished, and he does get quite a bit of information.
Yeah, he sees at least 2 going middle, which gives him an indication that Yogurt is going to be playing City. Looking also spots 1 Foch, make that 2 now going into the City. So a lot of information for Collapse for the most part. Some trades coming out on the cap, E4 peeking in the Ramadig. But this push is a going, and it looks like these Foch Bs want to go all the way through, but they're getting stopped in their tracks. Some punish coming out. They realize they can't continue with this. I think they'll be happy enough just to pick up the strike, though, at the moment.
And rely on heavily punished in that Foch B as well, but now I think it is Collapse's turn to actually make a move, because they do know those 2 BZs. It's 2 big meatballs in the cap, but it doesn't have a lot of DPM on those, as Rocky peeks with that E4, another shot into Rachmedic as well, and currently the crossfire on those BZs is absolutely brutal, because I believe the E4 from Collapse has shots on towards them as well, and now Rocky takes a shot, good one by Rachmedic, who boosts over, realizes he cannot stay there. He's going to try to build crossfire, but another shot into his back is going to say no, as now it is a penalty for Rocky, and he shoots, he scores, Rachmedic is down.
But Rely taking a lot of damage on the cross, going down actually, popped his ability a little bit late there. And that's a big pickup for Collapse. I mean, up 2 guns now, and I don't think there's much that Yogurt can push here.
No, especially considering that Yogurt have 4 guns remaining at this point in time, with double Foch B that aren't really able to commit into the amount of firepower that Collapse have amassed at this point in the southern part of the map. Yes, Elysium tries to peek Yogurt and gets punished in return. He stays alive for now, but quick to pick it up, and now it is just Collapse slowly grinding down the remaining tanks of Yogurt. They need to bring in their heavy hitters, their E4s from the backlines as well, but as soon as they are there, should be A-okay for them. Flappy getting focused is down as well, and Collapse are going to equalize the score once again. It is going to be 2-2. Blows are getting traded.
And that's a confidence point for them. It's always a little bit in your head when you're down score, so equalizing it helps a little bit for the mental.
Yeah, I mean, the Yogurt players are trying to do what they can, probably padding their stats a little bit at this point, but now that the clips are empty, that's going to be all she wrote. And Collapse are going to reward themselves with a 2nd point on the board as well. And to be honest, in a match that is the most important match of the season for both of those teams, realistically, it's kind of cool to see them going up against each other and kind of trading rounds.
Yeah, it is, and neither of them are really playing too scared. That's the other thing. You know, there's a lot on the line for them, especially that golden ticket to get into the OLS that both of them are eyeing, and neither of them are playing too scared. You know, some teams might have nerves at this point with so much on the line, but both of them are playing all out and doing some pretty aggressive strategies.
And we were talking about the Foch Bs and the timings of the abilities after, well, the previous round. And, I mean, it can be annoying to play against the Foch Bs if the timings work well, but this time around, not so good for Yogurt.
Yeah, now imagine that Rely On had popped it, like, early enough before he peaked there that this, like, the second after he took the damage, or like a couple seconds after, he was healing already. Sometimes that's what I do when I'm in the Foch B, and not saying I'm better, because I'm pretty sure I'm not, than these players, but the Foch B, when you're crossing these openings, you want to pop it early before you're crossing, so you're healing during the cross, especially if you might die on that cross. But either way, those were good performances. As you mentioned, equalized score coming out of these first 2 maps. Going into Sand River next, it's, you know, it's an important one, because this could put someone on match point at the end of Sand River.
Well, first of all, the most important thing is that Sand River is definitely going to be a change of pace, because Ensk, I mean, it tends to kind of start slow-ish, but after like 2 minutes, most of the time you have the engagement that you want to see. Sand River, quite the different beast. I think Sand River probably the slowest map in the entire pool. And that is also cool to see, because the variety of maps means that the playstyles that get demanded from the teams kind of vary from map to map. And so now we'll have to see how the teams are able to adjust between, you know, Fast and Furious, playing on ends, tight corners, Type 5s, E4s, Foch Bs, etc. There's not going to be a whole lot of tanks like that being played on Sand River, I don't think.
No, and I agree with that point. We have a pretty diverse map pool, which is fun, especially because some maps you like to play methodically, and some teams are better with those maps, and some are better with fast maps. Now, I will say I would love for Roomberg to be removed, so I will submit my request for that after this.
Well, there are some people who would agree with you, but then again, there's a team of W that really likes playing 750Bs and winning on Ruinberg with that.
Well, I saw what happened.
To be honest, that's cool to watch, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's always fun when you're the one who's winning with the 50Bs.
Exactly. Well, first of all, let's see the bans coming in, and both teams once again agreeing on the ban. No STRVs, which is quite the switch up. I think on N Score Ghost Town, you would never see the STRV being banned, but on Sand River, fairly common. Collapse are going to start with triple Dravets together with an MBY, a mouse of all things on Sand River. All right, a K91 and an RHM.
And for Yogurt side, they're going to have 3 Dravets, a Batchat, CS, E50M, and a 140. A lot of different tanks. I think that's for the bonus on the Dravets, which, who knows how much that really matters, because as we saw, I think it was Weekend did like 5 Dravets and 2 K91s at one point, and we're able to pull that off. 4 tanks dodging the plane at the beginning, but little do they know, Elysium didn't even drop his planes, probably holding it for the radar tower, and also a little bit of bait to make Yogurt think that there is no light tank on the other side. Hell does pick up does get shot from the beginning though by Elysium, so they're gonna have an idea that there's a light tank, either a light tank or a K91 in that spot.
Elysium so far not choosing to go for the plane at all, so I think Yogurt's still going to play without that information for now, but Agent and Hell spotting each other out, so that means Yogurt have a pretty good idea that it's not going to be an all-out south engagement from the side of Collapse, maybe limited as we do see right now, and Yogurt actually with a pretty aggressive move through the middle of the map. The 140 of Flappy is going to pick up the artillery strike, and the triple Dravets are going to push right into the face of Collapse. They find Flame Song, and that is 3 connections into that K91, minus 1200.
Yeah, and these Dravets, I don't think they're going to go much further than this. They're just going to hold these positions, and now look at this. Both strikes are going to be picked up from Yogurt. I don't know if they're going to be able to find resets on this. Some small cap pressure going, but this isn't going to amount to much, especially because Collapse does have a strike, and additionally has a light tank to be able to spot that bat shot on their cap. But I think Yogurt's just going to be kind of sitting on map control. They have these strikes they could just keep playing if they want to take the time for it. At some point, this 140 in middle might be in danger, though, Flappy, because with the positioning they have from the K91 in base and with the Dravets, they could angle that 140 out with the plane.
Well, let's see the Dravtsi. They seem to have gone for some kind of aggression. They're driving over, but they're taking so much damage for it. The strike as well onto all 3 of them, and already Rachmedic down to less than 1,000. But Yogurt, they've still have the strikes available. Now, however, I think the problem for them is going to be that they are driving into a crossfire of their own, making the K91 from the other side is just going to be DPMing Rocky. That is going to be a hell of a time for him as Quick goes down to 1200. Rocky could even go for the 1v1 at this point if he wanted to. Meanwhile, Yogurt pouring down from the northeast of the map with all of their remaining tanks. They need to get them in the fight, but Quick is going to be the first one on the chopping block. He gets rammed, he gets held, he gets shot, 14 HP and a dream, but he doesn't even get to do it, gets rammed to death.
Yeah, and now they're just stuck in this bowl. Collapse is going to be able to repush into these 2 tanks. Now, Yogurt does still have 2 strikes, but there's not many opportunities from the strike. Rachmedic does go down. Rely On will also go down here soon. At least he doesn't have the strike to be dropped, so he doesn't have much losing on that. 1 strike does come down, connects with 3, and the 2nd strike does come down. That's a lot of damage. The HP actually gets equalized, but Collapse is up 2 guns. I guess the favor of Yogurt here is they still have the strike accessible, and they have 4 mediums, so they can just disengage and kind of play this game a little bit slower now.
I think also the map control at the moment still is in Yogurt's favor. They have the crown position, they're taking the artillery strike, they have access to the info towers if they want to as well. Flappy seeing both of the heavy tanks driving in towards the middle of the map. Hell getting reset for trying to take the strike, and actually there's no baby strikes available anymore, so Elysium and Hell are going to pick up those strikes respectively, but Collapse are now going to challenge with those heavy tanks that are going to go hull down. Hell is going to take the arty strike, nothing to be able to stop him from doing that, but I think the problem for Collapse is that they have that K91 on a one-shot that is very, very squishy. They cannot let Yogurt get an info tower.
No, they can't let them get anything.
Elysium. Oh, Liquor gets spotted for that shot, though, and that means Elysium now has been warned as Liquor puts in shot after shot in towards Owl. Elysium spotting out Flappy, does not take a hit for that even. That was a pretty greedy shot, and now he's gonna jump up and over. This one even more greedy, but he puts damage into Flappy, and now Liquor in that bad shot gets driven back in towards his own spawn.
Yeah, Elysium needs these shots because he needs to get his plane. And he did get another plane off of that. Flappy taking a lot of damage, might even take more for trying to get out of here. That's down to a one-shot now, and the strike picks him up.
And that means 3 tanks only remaining on the lineup of Yogurt. And at this point in time, we really have to ask ourselves, that push with the Draftsy over the HJ line in towards the bowl, was it worth it? I think we all know the answer.
Well, I will say, I was cringing a little bit watching that push. I think I probably have a little bit more information than Yogurt because I could see the entire team. I don't know what wasn't spotted for them, but I was like, they have pretty comfortable positions and they can just keep taking strikes. It seemed like they just felt like they needed to make a play there, which just ended up not working out too well. But Collapse being up 3 guns at this point, they win on tiebreaker rules, but they're just going to put the cap pressure anyways, force these Yogurt tanks to come out so they can find these picks. Elysium does make a good HE connection on that bat shot and able to get out without taking any damage in return. And Benotype over here taking a strike down to just a 2-shot. If Rock V wanted, he could just almost push the C50M just to pick up this kill as well. But he's more comfortable just taking these shots, staying unspotted. I mean, takes one in return, but this camo factor is playing in with the K91's camo, peeking these bushes.
I mean, cap does complete, and that means Collapse once again are up a round in the OCS finals here. And yeah, we really have to wonder what prompted Yogurt into this push, because they had a lot of the mediums out of game in the Northeast. They still needed like 30 seconds to maybe 45 to come back into the game. And while they were doing that move, the Draftsy didn't have any kind of support coming their way. And well, if you push into this bowl, the problem is that if you want to try and push out, as we saw, you're essentially pushing into a lot of crossfire if the opponent has a brain of their own, which of course both teams have, otherwise they wouldn't be here. So you really have to wonder what that one was.
Yeah, well, they might have just been feeling the pressure, felt like they needed to make a play here, but we can see it reflected on just kind of how bad that push was based on their damage. I mean, Ramadik doing 1 shot of damage in the Dravik, and then Quick doing, looks like 2 in a Ram or something like that, or yeah, probably 2
yeah, I
shots
think
in a Ram.
Quick got rammed, like he was the one caught out like completely in the position at the edge of the map. So yeah, ramming damage coming in for him. Not that it really remedies the situation. Also the accuracy by Yogurt, like normally between, I would say, 70 and 90% is something usual, and Collapse falls into that range with a 75 roughly that they have, but 59, that you rarely see a team with that kind of accuracy if it's not like, for example, a Tisak spamming some bushes.
Yeah, it is hard to judge sometimes. You know, a lot of the accuracy could just be blind shots. Penetration is pretty meaningful statistics. It depends on the maps, of course. Like, and accuracy is going to be very important. But Sand River, it's hard to judge because there could just be a lot of blind shots in the bushes. And then, as you said, the Tisak really throws that off.
All right, so now the pressure is on Yogurt again, definitely, because this is their map pick. Although at the end, in that best of 9, to be honest, like when the last 3 maps are left, essentially what you're doing is you're just deciding the order in which the maps are going to be played. But still, they wanted to play Sand River first, probably hoping to go on match point with it or even win the match, but that is of course not possible anymore. But now they're down around, and to be honest, like 3-3, very playable. 4-2, problem.
Yeah, it would be a problem because at that point you have a lot of pressure. I mean, 3-2, you're still all right, but 4-2, yeah, that's, you feel like you need to do something, and then that might change your play style.
Now, we saw already Yogurt really adjusting on Ghost Town between 2 rounds. Let's see if they're going to do so yet again. On Sand River. They need it, definitely. Dravetspan coming out from Collapse. Yogurt not wanting to see the STRV And that means that Collapse instead are the ones to change the playstyle. A singular i7, a singular RHM, and other than that, it's all German funny button mediums, quintuply 50M.
Yeah, and Yogurt, BZ75, i7, 2 CSs. Actually, make that 3 CSs because there's a Hurricane in the mix. K91 and RHM. And one thing to point out, that is 4 strike tanks on Yogurt's side. So probably not going to be playing anything fast. A plane could be really impactful here if all the E50Ms get spotted, but it looks like they're dodging the plane. Off initials, the plane does drop and only spots an i7 going south. So that's going to be a little bit, deceptive because in actuality, there are 5 tanks from Collapse side pushing the K-line, whereas Yogurt might think it's only 1.
I think for now, though, for Yogurt, disaster has been avoided by the simple fact that no one is close to getting pushed by the quadruple E50M that's playing the southwest of the map. Like, if Collapse get a good engage with those E50Ms and like immediately pick up 1, 2, 3 guns, then I don't think Yogurt is coming back from that. But the fact that the E50Ms are basically driving into no man's land, that means that Yogurt that want to play the longer game for now are kind of safe. The i7 for Collapse is going to pick up the artillery strike, so the first piece of neutral utility is going to go Collapse's way, but it does get mirrored by Hell in the i7 of his own, who is going to pick the artillery strike up. I don't think there will be any resources committed to stop that strike. Well, actually, there maybe was, I'm not sure. Yes, indeed. The big strike was committed to doing that.
Yeah, I think also Elysium is able to get some HE shots, but in all this time while this is happening, there's 3 CSs about to push the base, and Elysium is so focused on getting these resets on the strike that he's not even seeing this push.
Oh, Flamesong coming in with the E50M as well, and now the CS is going into shooty mode. No speedy anymore, as Flamesong is going to see 3 CSs in front of him, but the focus is going to be on Elysium. He doesn't have a rep kit available anymore. 1200 damage, some HEs, a strike as well. It does get committed with the overkill, but all of a sudden now Flamesong having to fend off against 3 tanks. Owl taking damage as well for making the cross in towards his own base, and Yogurt, I think they are going to count their wins here. They're going to bow out of the engagement against the E50Ms that have the abilities active. The CSs don't want to sustain against this. Instead, they're going to build Crossfire, and now it's up to Collapse to make something happen in the middle of the map.
And Collapse is eager to make a play happen because this is 3 tanks pushing after Ramadik. Ramadik needs to get out of there. He sees 2 tanks now. He could have boosted over middle, but he's choosing to run this side. Might be a mistake here. I don't think he gets out of that. The E50M and i7 are going to be able to catch him.
Well, he bounces a shot with his bot as looking, coming up and over Ramadik's like driving mistake, drives in towards the rock. He will have to go into that 1v1 against the i7 that likely the i7 is going to win. Just has the better DPM in between 2 tanks that have absolutely terrible DPM. But in the meanwhile, the engagement keeps going in the base as well, with the CSs engaging the E50Ms. The Rachmedik stopping with the boost here. But yeah, we can see bottom left, the E50M of Owl finds himself in an untenable situation, gets picked up by Binotype, and all of a sudden Yogurt with 7 tanks, Collapse with 3.
Yeah, and this is going to probably equalize the score again. I mean, there shouldn't be a world where Collapse can win this. They do pick up 1 tank, so at least they make it a 6-on-3 now, but those are not great numbers, and Ramadik will also be going down, but in return, Tron goes down.
Now Rachmedik, will he get one more shot into the IS-7? He doesn't, but he gets help from above. Yes, he dies, but there are enough tanks in the field for Yogurt to make up for any kind of mistake that happens at this point in time. Rocky, the only one surviving, and he is not going to live to tell the tale as Hell drives in behind him, puts a well-aimed shot in towards the side of the E50M. Relion and Flappy together to finish it off. Yogurt equalize it 3-3. That's exactly what they needed.
Absolutely, for the mental and just for the score, 3-3. Sand River is probably a tough map, especially being that Collapse looks like a team that is stronger on these slower played open maps. So Yogurt's doing a really great job of kind of staying in the ring and going 1-1 on these maps with them. One thing to point out, I thought it was kind of funny at the beginning, Collapse made a really good ban on the Dravets because Yogurt was going to pick like 5 Dravets at the beginning, and just as it got banned, I saw they had to completely change up their strat.
Then again, I think you have like a contingency plan in place every time. Like if you pick 5 of a tank and it's not like, and it's getting banned, you need to have a backup plan. I guess the E50Ms didn't work out in this scenario. Also, Elysium not really having a good round in that RHM. But yeah, the good news for Yogurt is that now once again the score has been equalized and I guess egalized. So from a best of 9 we went to a best of 7, best of 5. Now I guess it's a best of 3.
That's right, best of 3, and one of those could be a tiebreaker, which would be a really fun series to see. And you know, I gotta say, all the time that I'm watching these OCS games, it's sometimes honestly more fun to me than the OLS games, because OLS, the teams can be pretty dominant, whereas at least in OCS you see a lot of you know, sometimes mistakes or just like, you know, not perfect play can be almost more interesting to watch. And obviously I'm not trying to discount these teams, they're both very good, and even in the OLS they might you know, be pretty competitive, but they're not at the caliber of, for example, by any means the top 4 teams in OLS.
And maybe after this season, we'll have to take stock and take count of who the top 4 teams actually are, because I think that's the most interesting part about watching OLS this season, is that there seems to be a shakeup in like who actually is up there and who isn't. But of course, in the playoffs, all of that can still change. But first of all, let's see who is going to make it there for next season, because right now it looks like anything is still on the table. Could it be Collapse? Could it be Yogurt? I think I myself predicted 5-3 for Collapse. It's still possible, but we'll have to see.
I'll just, you know, say whatever the opposite is. So I'm going to go with Yogurt. Also just because I know Flappy, and I know both of them. I know Flamesong as well. But is it possible to want both teams to win? I'll say that.
I mean, that's a very positive outlook on things, but the harsh reality is that, well, we will have a winner and we will have a loser as well today.
Okay, I'll just look away when it happens.
Just only look at the winning team. Easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, Himmelsdorf, once again, it's going to be a switch up from... I mean, map pick-wise, I guess Himmelsdorf can be the most similar to Ensk, sort of. But it definitely demands something entirely different from players as well, especially if you're trying to do some kind of hill plays as well. But we'll have to see. Oh, and those hill plays are getting very unlikely as Yogurt banning the CS. It's a very valid ban on Himmelsdorf, of all things. 50B banned by Collapse. They don't want to get any nasty surprises, but the double batch-up might be indicating hill together with double Dravets, a BZ75, and double E4.
For Yogurt, they're bringing 2 Dravets, Object 140, Object 430U, Foshby, and 2 T110 E4s. Now, I heard you guys, you and Docky, talking about the CS ban earlier on Himmels, and the way I look at it, at least, if you're banning a CS, it's probably because you want to play Cap. I mean, CS is like one of the only strike tanks that typically gets played. Canary ones aren't played too often. They could easily be played. Leo could easily be played and go to the hill. But a lot of time if you're banning CS, in my opinion, it's for a Cap.
Well, little do Yogurt know that on the opposing team there is that double batchat that of course has the ability to go up the hill quickly, and that's exactly what's happening as Rachmedik and Binotype in those Dravci are driving to the cap immediately. Flamesong with a good hit into Bino, and Rachmedik is going to stop short of the cap. They are instead just opting for the hold down positions.
Yeah, and this is kind of just going to be a slow game, but Rachmedik does get onto the cap, so now the cap pressure is going to start accumulating. Flamesong does have potentially a small reset angle, it looks like maybe from the window, but Rachmedik isn't going to be safe on this cap. I think with Hill, between Hill, Flamesong, and Owl, they're going to be able to probably find some shots in the Rachmedik at some point. They just have to establish these angles.
I mean, looking as well could be driving further on the 1-2 line, although I don't think against the spotted E4 of Hell he's going to do that, as Owl trying to extend view range down the 3 line, and you can see the bad shots from the top. They're trying to hit those Dravitses that are close to the cap. They, of course, are on a timer. They need to get a reset at some point in time, because Yogurt, they have taken the artillery strike, and yeah, Bino, it's good to get damage on him, but I think Rachmedik would be the more important target.
Yeah, it would be. It's they have some time built up on the cap, but ultimately it's never going to be too much of a concern, because Owl can just peek for that reset when they need it. And also looking could push down the 1 line, although that might open something up. But a big play happening. The Batchat is dropping down the hill and going to be pushing Rely. Rely sees this happening, gets out in time, but a strike does come down onto Tron.
And that is some damage taken here as Cap is slowly but surely starting to tick up. But now Owl coming through the middle of the map, coming through the window. Rahmedic drives off the Cap. That is the Cap completely reset. Owl paying a little bit of HP for that. Make that a little more as shots start coming in from the Foch. That is starting to peek in as well. Owl down towards 1000 HP in that Dravets. And he, of course, doesn't have the heal ability. So, yeah, that was costly.
That was, and you can't really peek on that side when the other team has the window positions on the G line. I don't know why he didn't just peek on the other side. I guess he was scared of the E4, but paid dearly for that trade. And Looking has established himself in a pretty nice position, but is taking a lot of damage for this. I guess the other team has some pretty good aim with their with their AWPs or something here, because they're penning the hat shots, and Looking is going to be going down the Quick. I think Quick is going to pick up this kill, just trading out HP for HP, shot for shot. Looking down to a one-shot, 262 health. And Quick going to be opening up a lot of map here. Does bounce, though. Going to be taking potentially one more shot in return, going down to a two-shot now. He gets the kill, but puts himself on the 700 health.
Well, Relion now has found a Batchat to snack on in that Foch B. Meanwhile, he's also avoiding Agent in that Batchat, who seems to not be able to come close to the Foch. Now, Rely starting to heal up. He puts the last shot into the Batchat, who is also reloading. But the problem for Collapse is at this point in time, they have 4 guns remaining against the 7 of Yogurt, and also the Inspire medium continuously working for Yogurt. That's also one of the reasons why Looking just got penetrated in his cupola, because with the Dravets, as soon as you get Inspired and have your own Inspire active, the opposing Dravets cupola not that large or not that small anymore.
Yeah, the Inspire is a really potent ability, and that's why we see it played almost every single game. Now, Yogurt is going to pick up this Himmelsdorf. Flamesong's down to 600 health, and Rock V down to now 429. So Yogurt sitting on match point, and going into the other side of Himmels, this is a great position. I think they're going to be on Cloud 9 right now. I'm feeling pretty confident going into this next one.
I mean, match point, tournament point, season point even for Yogurt now. So the following round that they are going to play might be the most important one that they will have ever played in the past few months. So yeah, let's see if they crack under the pressure or if Collapse are unable to withstand here, because I think once again Yogurt looked like they had it pretty much down with that CS ban. The Batchats, of course, from the hill, yes, they're able to rain down a lot of DPMs as long as they have the clips, but what they cannot do is get those strike resets. Maybe a singular K91 instead of one of those Batchats would have been something worthwhile picking.
Yeah, and ultimately, it was Flamesong, surprisingly, who did the most damage on the team, and he was the one who was playing like in the 6-line window, 7-line window against the Blimp. Which, I mean, he was just able to find a lot of damage, especially on the tanks peeking through like the D line, and also when these Batchats dropped, or not the Batchats, sorry, when I think the 1-line push happened, he was able to find some shots, and also when they're fighting Cap. But yeah, one strike tank maybe could have helped them be a little bit more comfortable, not to feel the pressure, like they have to do something for this reset, because as we saw, Looking was the one who tried to make that reset and lost like, what was it, like almost 1.5 or 2k health for that.
I think it was Owl, but yeah, the Dravets that did it went down to 1000, and well, in Onslaught you start with vastly more than 3000, so he lost over 2k for that single peak where he didn't even reset. It was actually Rahmedic accidentally driving out of the Cap. But yeah, here we see the predictions, and well, Bunter is the only one that can still get it perfectly, but for that he needs back-to-back wins for Collapse.
He does, and back-to-back at this point might be a miracle, because we've been going 1-1 on these maps, and there's still 2 games to be played. So that would mean Collapse has to win the next 2 if they want a chance in this.
I mean, to be honest, it's good to see the teams trading blows like this, and I hope it continues. I actually hope it goes to tiebreaker, and from there on out, it's usually anyone's game. But let's see. Maybe Yogurt have something to say about this. The 50B ban once again from Collapse. Yogurt also same ban again, CS63, and that means Collapse kind of starting with roughly-ish the same lineup. No BZ this time though. It's going to be double Dravets, double Batchat, Foch B, and double E4.
And Yogurt bringing a BZ75, 2 Dravets, 2 T57 Heavies, a Bliska, and an E4. Now, one thing to point out is that Yogurt doesn't have any medium tanks, so most likely they're not going to be playing anyone hill. It's going to be like a full lower fight, whereas Collapse is going to be probably sending 2, maybe 3 up the hill.
And that means that essentially Yogurt are looking for a knockout punch on the lower side. Meanwhile, Collapse once again want to play the slower game. So, yeah, style difference between both of those teams. I think Yogurt are the more aggressive between the two, whereas Collapse are the more controlled. But which one of those styles is going to win out today? Rahmedic getting spotted by looking. By the way, there is a little trick that you can do on that 3 line. If you pop the ability with that Dravets right at the start, you can spot further, and he probably would have seen the E4, but now he gets 750 APCR bounce damage, so he probably knows what he's up against.
Yeah, Liquor just took a ammo rack. He repaired that, so he's going to be down a rep kit for a little while, which is always scary when you have the Bliska ability and can get tracked by literally 1 shot from a Tessac, even though there's no Tessac in this, but just to point out how weak the tracks are with the ability. The Batshot does pick up the radar, so full information for Collapse at the moment. They see all tanks. They know that they have Hill for free. They know they have nothing to worry about at the moment for these 2 Batshots. And Yogurt not really finding any ground.
Well, Rahmedic there managing to blind hit the Batshot here, but he is going to take a couple more hits for that, possibly, as Agent is emptying his clip now, using the ability. But the problem for Collapse is Looking has taken a lot of damage, I believe, against Bino in that E4. As Quick with that BZ75 looking to trade against the Foshby of Flamesong, but that one on the full reload, ducking behind a building. And I think now the problem for Yogurt is going to be how to properly deal with those Batshots on the hill. But Flappy getting spotted, that is good situational awareness coming out from Agent, who was playing exactly that position to basically see if the T57s were going to come up the hill.
Honestly, I think they just go for it. I think they just bring those 57s up the hill. Batshot's worst case run, but then the 57s will be on top of the hill, able to shoot rain down hell from middle, into the middle, I mean, from the hill. But they just can't keep playing with hill control in Collapse's favor here.
Well, for now, it's working out at least a little bit for Yogurt to still have more HP. Looking, getting spotted. Good shot into hell. Kind of a slow reaction coming out from that Dravets, as now Tron and Flamesong making their way into the 1 and 2 line quick. He has to drive into the old, I guess, train station as Bino gives a shot back to Tron, but he had the damage reduction ability active, and now Flamesong might be going for it in that Foshby. Thinks better of it as Liquor in that 8 line getting absolutely massacred in that Bliskowitz, down to 1400.
And this is looking good for Collapse. They have hill control and cap pressure, and Yogurt do not have any positions to be able to get these resets. So at some point, it's going to be a problem for them.
Well, Agent also starting like a quiet ninja, like an assassin. He has gone to A0 in that Batshot, and that is a lot of clip damage that he carries currently on himself. Obviously needs to be careful against the T57 that clips out a lot quicker. Flappy taking a shot of damage as well, and so far so good for Collapse up against the match point here. They are continuously out-trading Yogurt.
They are. Liquor taking another big shot from the C4. I think that's maybe the 3rd shot he's taken from Rock V. Just not trading positively in that. And the HP started in Yogurt's favor. They were up 2k, and they are now down 1k in this game.
And that is obviously a problem for Yogurt, because if you take tanks with more HP, you're sacrificing something else. For example, DPM, gun handling, all of that kind of stuff. And it only gets made worse by the shot that Rahmedic just took. That is HP that they are not going to get back, especially if the Batshot has something to say from the hill as well. Owl coming in with a shot as well, and now it is just desperation moves from Yogurt trying to get those resets. 10 seconds remaining, but the Batshots on the hill, they do remain a threat. The strike is going to come down. It's going to hit home on 3, making hell a one-shot. Flappy coming in. Yes, they do get the reset, but at what cost? Everything.
And now this is just going to be a stat padding for Collapse. This game is going to be a win for Collapse, which is fun for us to see, because this is bringing it to the ultimate stakes of a tiebreaker finish for the spot to get into the OLS.
Indeed. The winner of the coming round is going to go there, but the loser, of course, will be able to take part in the relegations as well. Losing here does not mean everything is over, but of course, if you're able to lock in the OLS spot right here, right now, then that's better than having to go a detour that might be a dangerous one at that.
Yeah, that's a good point because I don't know how that works, so I wouldn't be able to say. But I think Liquor here is just buying some time, even though it might be for the fastest win. I think that was already decided earlier in some games, like Ghost Town, that quick push that Yogurt did. But gets one more shot.
No, I think he was just giving a few additional seconds for his team to kind of mentally reset and prepare for the coming round. That is going to be the most important one of the season that both of those teams will play. So yeah, I won't hold it against a player to try and do that, just to be able to give yourself a little bit of breathing room, because yeah, from best of 9 we went to best of 7 to best of 5 to best of 3, and now it is the all-important tiebreaker, best of 1.
Yeah, the best of 1 is going to be played on Pilsen, which I know
quite the iconic map as well in Onslaught by now.
Yeah, it is. Seeing the results here as well, looked like a tough game for if you were a BZ75 in this game. 0 damage being put out from Quick, but I mean, really,
he was making the high, or trying to make the high impact games for his team, and maybe flaming it after. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, a pretty equal damage spread though for Collapse, and you know, not a lot of strike play on this map. I mean,
yeah, I mean, Rocky doing a number on the enemy team here with that E4. I think you said it. He got a lot of free shots in towards that Bliska, and of course LeVay. I mean, 1900 damage, but let's be real, 7 or almost 800 of that was done when the battle was already over. So I think Yogurt really struggling with the tanks that they had to basically get all of them into the fight at the same time. But yeah, production trying to come in, and they tell us that Collapse have the fastest win, and they do pick South from what I can see.
Okay, South Pilsen. So South Pilsen, from how I know the map, is a little bit easier for the resets. And I mean, I'd say the outside is kind of the same. So there might be the advantage that they want to be able to have comfortable, like confident resets if a fast cap was to come out. That could be the advantage I'd see. If you were playing Pilsen, would you feel like there's a favorite side to play on?
I think, like, if I was playing Pilsen, the sides are, you know, kind of tit for tat. It's like marginal things being traded, but at least if the OLS games that we've seen so far is anything to go by, the thing I wouldn't want to play is a BZ75.
Yeah, which is interesting. What a fall from grace. That was the most played tank, I think, last season, by quite a margin, like double the second most played tank, I believe. And the BZ was dominating for a couple of seasons. I want to say it was 2, but you know, it's fun seeing these changes that happen in Onslaught, because we went from the 268 V4 being the most played in season 1 to like the BZ to like the Type 5. It's just been like every season a new favorite tank.
The era of the BZ is over. The time of the clip heavy has begun.
We rejoice.
I mean, to be honest, it is always really fun to watch something like that happen. The only sad thing there is that the battles tend to be over a lot quicker, but, well, let's see. I think there is a lot of player skill involved as well, in between the team, coordinating which target to focus, etc., and calling how many shots the opposing team has used when. But for now, the 50B being banned out by Yogurt, and Collapse doesn't want to see the Type 5, and that leaves us with a BZ coming out from Flamesong together with Double Mouse. That's raising an eyebrow or two on my end, together with a T57. Make that a triple mouse in the OCS finals tiebreaker. Okay, Double Mouse still though. CS63, double 430U, and an RHM.
Yeah, for Yogurt's side, they have 1 mouse, so both teams taking a liking to the mouse being played in favor of the Type 5 game ban. 3 T57s, a CS, Foshby, and an E4. Opening there strongly towards the city side. 2 gets spotted from the plane.
3.
Okay, well that's the one thing is that's not giving them a replane, so that's important. Yep. And then additionally, Yogurt knows that Collapse has a light tank, which is also important to know.
So I guess a little bit of information gained by either side, but obviously the most important thing that we have as casters have to say, 3 is not 4, and that means, yeah, no replane for Elysium for the time being. He is trying to, well, he shot into the air. That's a spot check that he's doing to find out if he does get spotted for this. He does not, so he probably assumes that it is a little bit safer to go a little bit further. And he's right to assume this as, oh, info tower. That is probably the bigger thing to happen right now than the artillery strike getting taken by Collapse, because Collapse now playing with full information, whereas Yogurt are not.
Yeah, and I don't know if Collapse is going to have too many resets. They have one strike for this. The BZ does get a shot on Rely. They're going to have to decide, though, who to get the reset on with the strike. It's going to have to be Quick or Hell, because Yogurt does have a strike, so they could reset looking if they wanted to, but it looks like they're choosing not to. So actually Collapse is going to have 2 strikes, which makes this cap not an option for them.
Ooh, there was even a baby strike coming in from a CS63, and of course damage reduction 85 instead of 100, but the most important thing there is the reset that did come out as Quick, now the one with the cap points here, but there is the neutral stuff that Collapse have picked up. They do have the double arty strike, the plane large enough to cover the entirety of the cap circle, and so both of them get spotted. Both of them end up getting reset as well. Quick actually driving out of it, but to his demise takes one from Flamesong.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that would be more worth it, because was that the Hurricane who struck? So by dodging that, at least he didn't give a little strike to the Hurricane again, which could be nice because that's one less strike for resetting the cap. And Yogurt's going to be picking up a second strike, which means that they're going to be able to use these strikes to deny the other big strike, and Collapse has to use this strike on Hell now.
Well, Hell realizes exactly what's happening. He's going to take 425 and a shot into the back, so maybe a little bit of problematic communication here as Elysium with that RHM trying to encroach upon the Yogurt players. His low noise exhaust is keeping him from getting spotted, but he doesn't know about Rely on really trampling his way, and this means that Elysium now is going to take the shots by the T-57 that has AP loaded too. He's going to be ammo-racked as well. He's going to be tracked. He's going to be held. The strikes are coming down, and when it rains, it pours. He goes down to 542. That's a 2-shot for the CS.
And he could be dead because Liquor bounced 2 shots out of his 4-shot clip. Elysium could be dead now, but managed to survive. Some damage going on to Flamesong from Flappy. That's a good trade. 800 for pretty much nothing. I'm not sure if I saw if he took a shot or not.
Yeah, I was about to say A-Line, the CS is making his way over, but Elysium managed to fade away for now, and Agent with our 430U with the funny button ability is able to keep Rely on behind those tank racks, but as soon as Elysium makes enough distance from the CS, he's just going to be able to farm him, and what sounded like a good play initially is going to blow up directly in Relion's face.
Yeah, he is stuck, and he's going to get angled out. Rely is going to die in this position.
Strike going down. I don't think that was even necessary because Elysium will have the reliable crossfire onto Rely on with that CS, who ends up going down to Agent Aussie, and this means that Yogurt in these finals here are playing a man down in the tiebreaker in the most important of all rounds. This is why they're now starting to push the western part of the map with everything that they have. Collapse trying to evacuate from this push here from those T-57s that are coming in, but another Fosh B as well onto Rocky that puts a shot into Flappy, but he's gonna go down.
Yeah, Binotype has to pen everything. He's got 2 shots left. Rocky down to a 1-shot, and he does pick it up. That's a really good clip from him. But HP is not looking in Yogurt's favor, even though the guns are equalized. A lot is happening in the middle as well. Ramadik is going to get killed by Agent, and now the guns are in Collapse's favor, and strongly the HP is in Collapse's favor.
And the problem is that Liquor also on the long reload with the T-57 is not able to respond. Hell, the strike goes down on him and sends him to where his nickname probably suggests as he bites the dust. 4 tanks remaining for Yogurt. They had that singular match point on Himmelsdorf round number 2, but here Collapse in the longer game on Pilsen once again are going to make it their own. Another Hurricane strike on towards Quick, who falls as well, and with him fall the hopes and dreams of Yogurt to make it to OLS Season 7. Instead, Collapse are gonna lock in their spot, and for Yogurt, it is down into the relegations.
And for Banter, that's a correct prediction. I'm sure he's counting his blessings.
Yeah, now I almost feel as shattered as the Yogurt guys hearing that.
Yeah, and you know, that's devastating for Yogurt as well, being on match point and then losing 2 games in a row. That is incredibly frustrating. But they had a good performance. Just looking at especially the caster predictions, they proved 3 out of the 4 casters on the panel wrong by performing better than expected. So overall, that was a good performance from Yogurt.
And I mean, good for Collapse as well. They were first of the regular season, and they confirmed this here in the playoffs, because realistically for them, it is a singular match in which you can throw the entire progress that you've made all season. But they do hold on, and they stay strong. I mean, fending off against Matchpoint and then winning in Tiebreaker here on Pilsen. I think Yogurt wasn't without chances, but it's always harsh to say such a thing, but I feel like at the end of the day, the better team won.
Yeah, and a rough game for a couple of players on Yogurt's side. Rely on putting himself in a really bad position on the A line, only able to do 2 shots of damage. Well, actually 1 shot, because he also had 425 damage on the strike. And Quick only doing 1 shot damage as well. So a rough game from those two. And, you know, I gotta say, congratulations to Collapse and welcome to the OLS.
Absolutely, they're going to be celebrating here, and what warms my heart even more is that a double mouse, I feel like it's been a long time since we saw something like this actually succeeding, and yeah, here in the OCS, the teams maybe experimenting a little bit more with lineups, with setups, throwing in some crazy ideas, so the double mouse is going to prevail over the singular one of Yogurt, at least on Pilsen, so congratulations from my side as well to Collapse. I look very much forward to seeing them in the OLS next season, and I think they very much deserve it after the OCS season that they have played.
Absolutely, they were top the entire regular season, as you pointed out, and finished first and secured their slot. So a well-deserved win for them. And you know, it's always interesting to see. There's also going to be a relegation match we're going to have to watch out for. So another team, potentially, it looks like Yogurt still has another chance to get into the OLS.
Indeed, that's going to be played between we don't know who yet. That's going to be depending on the OLS positions that we will have at the end of the season. Talking about the end of the season, it is approaching. Not fast, but it is kind of almost there. We're going to have 7 more days, and in between those 4 more play days that we will have, of course, last chances as well for everyone to claim their OLS tokens, of which we'll have 5 more on Tuesday, 5 more on Thursday, and 10 each on Saturday and Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, together with some mystery drops there as well. But for now and for today on this Sunday, that's going to be enough from us. We are going to be back again on Tuesday, and thank you very much to production for showing us the token distribution. It is exactly as I had it remembered. So yeah, the main reward in the OLS token store, of course, the E75 TS, not the worst tank, if I can say so myself, and that is me doing a bit of German understatement. Talking about OLS tokens, by the way, if you haven't been able to pick them up for today's stream yet, we are, of course, going to be raiding Daki after the stream, where he will have those active. Say hi to him, and thank you very much for watching. We will be back on Tuesday. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.